Ja, sensipholile ngoku. One, two, three, four. Yes. I think it's 9 o'clock. Asanda, can we encourage our guests to move inside? Sanda, can you encourage everyone else to now move in? Thank you. Yes, yes. Hello. Morning. They are like polar ends. Someone needs to be in the middle. Who's brave enough to take the middle? I think Done or Erine, whoever that is. In the middle. Oh, there we go. Both are here for the price of one. Okay, guys, let's grab our seats. We're about to start the program shortly. Just looking to note some of the speakers that should be in the room, that they are in the room. Graham's here. Time now is 9:04, and we will start promptly at 9:10. So grab your notes. Do your last social media post, if you know what I mean. I'll be back shortly. Whoa. Is everybody ready for Saturday, though? Oh, do I feel a bit of nerves in the room here? So I must apologize up front. My voice is a bit grumpy. I'm still trying to catch my breath from last Saturday. Hopefully we don't go through the same again. Ladies and gents, we'll start very soon. People are walking in. And we've got an exciting program ahead of us. In fact, before we start with the program, maybe just in solidarity with what is happening elsewhere in the world, loss of lives in other places, specifically the Middle East, maybe you can just spend a minute of silence for the people of Israel and the people of Palestine, so that there may be peace in that space. So we can maybe just stand for a minute of silence. Thank you. All right, so I'm that guy who walked on stage and just started talking. Some of you are like, who is this guy? It's good to be here this morning. It's good to see so many familiar faces. Hopefully no introductions required, but that would be presumptuous of me. My name is Luvuyo Bangazi. I work for the Mandela Bay Development Agency. I'm part of the team that has been, cooking this event for the last 3 months. We started talking about this in June, and we are here today. So I will be on stage to facilitate the program, but more smarter, cleverer, more insightful people will occupy the stage. Mine is to be a clock watcher. We have a long day ahead of us, and it's important that we maybe just cover a couple of ground rules of engagement, so that we can move forward freely. We are here to have a conversation that ends all conversations on heritage and tourism. I think everyone around this room has talk fatigue. And let us make a commitment that today we end all talk, and from today it is action going forward. Are we agreed? Yes. Okay. We are all here to collaborate and contribute to solutions that move the city forward. I say this because we all have some sort of issue that bugs us. And an opportunity like this
I want that same energy, in dealing with problems that the city is facing, especially about the topic that we are about to engage on today. We gather here today exactly a month after South Africa celebrated Heritage Day and Tourism Month. Together with our partners, we witnessed a lot of activities taking place in the past month while we spend our energies and time planning for this day. You may ask, how is it MPDA's business to get involved in heritage and tourism? Ladies and gentlemen, the answer to that question is found at the core of our founding mandate, which is urban renewal. The MPDA's approach to urban renewal has been that of placemaking, and to achieve that goal, we must consider both the tangible and intangible assets within the mandate areas. The tangible and intangible assets are built on our diverse and unique heritage, be it statues, buildings, history, or innovation. Our potential as a city hangs on how we are able to galvanize and build around our unique heritage, which forms the bedrock for our tourism potential. Many successful cities around the world are all competing for the tourism dollars, but the key competitive edge and advantage for them is not to copy another, but to package and sell their own unique tangible and intangible heritage and character. We are not Cape Town, nor New York, and there is no other city in the world named after a global icon, Utata Nelson Mandela. You will hear from our speakers later today about the uniqueness of our marine and biodiversity, the mixed cultures from Khoi to Mfengu and the British. You will hear about the special Woma Gqeberha Township, the one that got away. We are Nelson Mandela Bay. As a development agency, we contribute to this uniqueness by actively engaging and developing new tourism products, maintenance, promotion, and coordination of services within our mandate areas. The MPDA has to be involved in the preservation, developing, and promotion of heritage in our precincts and areas of investment. The 15 million upgrade of the Campanile is suffering because of degradation of social, economic, and heritage infrastructure around it. The state of the main city train station next door, or the rapidly deteriorating Jetty Street Road infrastructure from Portside, due to the high traffic of manganese trucks, is reversing the gains made in those investments. Some of our city's old and port-facing properties around Garvenbeki, South End, and Humwood are at a state of disrepair for ages now. The millions invested in upgrading the bus station, Jetty Street, Vuisile Mini Square, Route 67, Belmont Terrace, Bed Street, Trinder Square, Parliament Street, and several others were all geared towards improving the tourism asset base of Nelson Mandela Bay. All these assets are under pressure due to rampant vandalism and various acts of criminality. We must get involved to protect and preserve our heritage. It is high time that we take a stand and deal with this continuous threat to our city that is destroying it brick by brick. Private business has also not been blameless. Several property owners are absent landlords. The crime and debt in the CBD and Central happen from someone's property and often goes unchecked, and this too must be addressed today. We commend the work done by partners such as the SRAs and the business who organize regular cleanups, but more can be done. Ladies and gentlemen, no one wants to visit, let alone spend money in a destination that does not protect, preserve its diverse heritage. As all of us are gathered here today, we all have a role to play, and it is my hope that today we will put aside our differences and unite in addressing all problems and challenges pertaining to heritage and tourism. Today must not be a talk shop, and I think that's what LB was talking about earlier on. we must live here with a sense of a direction and a clear action plan. I must say again, I'm not supposed Mr. Mini to be talking about what was discussed in MPEC. I was questioned because some process of recruitment was quick and it was done in 2 weeks, and I was asked, why have you done it in 2 weeks? Why did you speed it up? And I said, with all the due respect, you must understand that the MPDA is geared to speed up processes. So we can't operate in a way as if we are, purely a government department. We are engineered to push and speed up a process. So I said, separate us. We are MPDA, right? We are not a municipal department. The MPDA and all the partners who have signed a historic MOU are open to welcoming others who share the same vision to join the existing MOU, and together we can spread our impact. The MOU is a tool, a handshake that says we are in this together, and we each bring what we can to make it home. We are also mindful that the MPDA is not the only state player in this space, and it is for this reason that we encourage our fraternal bodies, municipal and provincial authorities, to join and lead the charge to restoring Nelson Mandela Bay as a prime tourism destination, driven by its unique diversity of all its people, and I think you can see in this auditorium today, heritage and culture. As the MPDA, we are committed to source the partnerships and resources that are needed to turn the situation around, but we can't do it on our own. The collective voice is what is needed to get all government and its entities moving in the same direction. In the coming days, we will unveil a new 5 million funding agreement that will stimulate the creative and film industry to capture our unique stories and sell our destination. This investment that has been committed by a provincial entity to the MPDA will go a long way in developing a facility where we can tell our own stories. We are also at advanced stages in developing a framework of collaboration between two provincial bodies that would unlock the pursuit of a large-scale tourism facilities and activities in the city. My team and a competent group of consultants is finalizing the land alienation plan for the old Boot Erasmus or Telkom Park site into more than 10 identifiable key catalytic projects. It is our intention to embark on an investment roadshow before the end of the year. And I must say again, the critical partner, Mr. Mini, is here, who's heading the Bay World. There's a lot of work that is happening there, and Dorel being the project manager, and Debbie, who are highly likely to see good work coming out of that project. We are also moving fast with the commercialization of the Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium precinct, and we hope to present to council with options in the coming months so that the stadium precinct can start humming. All of these are key components of our new 5-year development strategy. A new heritage and tourism asset is also about to open before the end of this year. The St. Peter's development is nearly ready to welcome visitors. We recently held a stakeholder engagement session to test the operating modalities, and we have concluded that we must parcel and package this to be run by industry specialists, but without losing the social connection to Old South End. So the programming of the on-site will make sure that we leverage and create the opportunity for Old South Enders to engage with the development, tell their stories, and see economic opportunities where appropriate. To add to the diverse mix of tourism products, we have also advertised a request for proposals from interested operators for the Buchan's zip line. And I think this is also has been long coming, Sean. But why are you not doing it? Graham would agree. And we agreed with the team when I engaged that get the private sector to go in, then take over and operate. We don't need to be wasting time so that we continue to develop products in our city. So that is out already, and we encourage the private sector, Sean, Graham, and so on, to take that opportunity to be able to, so that at the end of the day, we have that zip line operating. We believe the value is a perfect location for an inner city adventure offering. We'll assess the proposals and may the best visionary bid win. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to understand that the MBDA must be a catalyst and enabler for development and not hog it for itself. There is a room for economically viable PPPs or joint venture initiatives. Only when industry and government entities work together will there be a change. So it's very basic. This is what I was saying. If we engage with the private sector, we package projects for PPPs, private sector comes in, they take on the projects and operate them. In that way, we'll speedily, get things going. I mean, we are now having discussions around the whole stadium precinct, as I've indicated. You've got a beautiful lake there that should be busy in terms of water sport, tourism-related activities. But it's sitting there, nothing is happening. I was shown a nice video of some of the lakes around the world wherein people, will go there for recreational services. They will run, jog around the lakes. Some of them will fish. Some of them will go jet skis, boating, and so on. We have that asset is sitting there. Nothing is happening. And again, we'll probably be calling for the private sector to take care of or to take advantage of such opportunities so that they operate. So we can't just sit here and do nothing or keep on saying that the MBDA doesn't have money or the city. Private sector has got funds and has got the capability and the experience to deal with such issues. I see my board member, Ms. Pingi Kondlo, has just joined us. Welcome, ma'am. I did indicate that some of the board members will be joining, so thank you. Thank you. We recently appointed a fundraising advisory service provider that will assist us with knocking on doors beyond the Bay. We believe the Bay has the potential to offer good returns on investment through pursuing smart, economically viable initiatives. This also, again, we're saying that we don't want to be over-dependent on a shareholder. I just want to put it that way, Mr. Martins, in case you close my tab and you have not opened it yet. Oh, the executive mayor, is here also. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. So I don't want you to continue closing that tab, but all I'm telling you, you close the tab, you go out there and find money. We've got money coming from ECTC. We've got a team that is now putting together proposals and guiding us on how we can leverage more resources, in particular for projects in this region. So we're not always going to come to you and say, please give us money for this. That's the intention. The intention is that we must be able to raise funds, in particular for projects. Probably some of them will be then discussed and identified today. The idea here, colleagues, is that if we engage and we agree on programs, they must be funded, Mr. Mayor, and they must be implemented. I was saying to the team, I'm actually even skeptical to use the word Indaba or summit. I worked for government for many years. Mr. Martins knows this as in his past as an MEC. We always have these Indabas. You always have Mr. Mini, the summits, but resolutions will be taken, but nothing is implemented afterwards. And then there's a continuation of another Indaba the next year, talking about the same things. So we mustn't be like that. We are an entity that is geared, that is more pro-private. So I said that we are a private company, right? But a private company of the municipality, wholly owned by the municipality. So the way that we act, we must act in a private manner, private company manner, driven by the private company principles. So that's why the municipality established the MBDA. So we need to be different, clearly. And I think the parent municipality expects us to be different from it. So hence I was raising the issue that when I was asked yesterday at MPEC, Mr. Mayor, that why did you fast track and finish this appointment in 2 weeks? And I said, that's what we do. And my old friend, Councillor Odendaal, agreed. that this is what you are all about and this is what the entity is all about. So this is what we need to be doing going forward. So with this team that has been appointed, we'll be looking for funding nationally, internationally, and so on. Currently, we have some funding from the German, funding agency. So we'll be looking more of such fundings for the projects in Nelson Mandela Bay. So we won't be over-dependent on the city. As I close, I want to thank all our partners, the Historic Society of Port Elizabeth, GRAM is here, Central SRA, Discover Mandela Bay, Nelson Mandela Bay Heritage Trust, the Bay World, I indicated Mr. Mini is here, and all others who have showed a willingness to join hands towards making our bay a success. I invite you all to express your aspirations and solutions for the good of the bay. We might not be able to pursue everything that comes out of today, but we'll make sure that the responsible entities receive your inputs where necessary. One thing I can assure you is that we are done talking. The wheel is turning. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kaba. Let's give him a warm round of applause. I think I'm really excited and energized. I think you heard a lot from a man who's been in office for about 100 days. That's quite a lot. Thank you very much for that scene-setting, CEO. Without then wasting time, we have the gentleman I mentioned is the only one who has the guts to pull a fuff. So, as you all know, the first citizen of the city, Councillor Gary van Niekerk, is here to do an official welcome. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. I'll elaborate on the FUF story on another day, how that all came about. It basically landed in my lap. But yes, let me just look around and look at the slogan of the MBDA that says, renew, revive, and inspire. You've already done the one part, CEO, with your speech. It was very inspirational. The picture that you sketched for us, what this bay, Nelson Mandela Bay, could really look like if we realize its full potential. The rest of it, renew and revive, that's the hard work that lies ahead. You've taken on a huge responsibility to renew and revive the Nelson Mandela Bay. Let me start my official speech, and then and excuse me if I digress a little bit during the speech, but I see I've got the first person to welcome. Unfortunately, she's out of town. That is MMC Schuling Lindwer. She's attending something in Johannesburg. I just signed that off yesterday or Monday. But thank you, Program Director. The MBDA Board Chairperson, Glenda Perumal. Is she here? Not yet, okay. They say you must always be careful when you do this welcoming, because sometimes you welcome people who are not here. The CEO, Mr. Kaba. Then I've got the academic researcher, Dr. Naomi Roo. I've got here Director Zazi Ekaya, Heritage and Culture. That's Pumalele Zonela. Then I've got Mr. Sean van Eck, Discover Nelson Mandela Bay. Simpiwe Mzizi, Director is in you must excuse me, my Xhosa, is it Xhosa now? Is in Dantini African Heritage. Graham Taylor, Chairman, Historical Society of Port Elizabeth. Officials, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, molweni, goeiedag. Thank you for the invitation, MBDA. I always say I've always thought that the day MBDA invites me, then I know I've arrived. And it's the reason why I say that, it's because of the level of excellence, like you just alluded to, CEO. When you come to the municipality, we'll take forever to approve things. I heard last night at a meeting that our bid specification committee, for example, the last time they sat was in November last year. November last year. You're right to ooh and ah. Now you know why the city looks the way it does. To get a bid, the BAC adjudication committee, for them to sit. If one or two people decide they're not coming, has to be postponed. Bid evaluation committee, another postponement. By the time the tender gets awarded, the guy who gets the tender says he's got other stuff to do. Start the process over, or do an emergency tender, or do a deviation quickly. Then it goes back to the original person. That's how we operate. And I'm not ashamed to talk about it, because it's the truth. And it's by time that we start speaking about the truth. And that is why, as a municipality, it's important that we start cleaning up our act. And I know it starts with me. Today we're discussing a topic that's very close to my heart. The value of recognizing heritage as a commodity cannot be understated. Whether that heritage is our respective cultures, the history of this region, or the richness of the land, we must find ways to do more with what we have, as you said earlier, CEO. The region is known to be the heartland of the struggle against apartheid, especially during the defiance campaigns, with many stories of black and white men and women who played a pivotal role in bringing about our freedom. It is a history that is intertwined with the heartbeat of Nelson Mandela Bay. Veteran local government councillor Rory Riordan recently published a book entitled Apartheid Stalingrad, How the Townships of the Eastern Cape Defied the Apartheid War Machine. The Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, ISRAC, published another book a few years ago to capture the history of this region. We have written records to guide us on the subject matter. It has the potential to be commoditized and generate an income for those who experienced those dark days, or even their offspring. There's nothing more important than to keep the memories alive of those who came before us by keeping their victories and their struggles part of the folklore. Just this weekend on Sunday, we launched the Van Staden's Flower Festival and Green Flag Heritage Trails for the first time. I was there. Judging by the enthusiasm of the attendees, regardless of the muddy terrain due to the heavy rains the night before, that event will grow from strength to strength. I was actually surprised to hear that we are only now highlighting the beauty of that area with a festival. It is long, long overdue. What you are doing here today is crucial, as you are keeping the debate alive. We need to remind ourselves of the importance of continuously sharing ideas, develop plans, and work towards implementation. I often say that there are already so many ideas in the pipeline in the municipality, but it never gets implemented. It never sees the light of day. When I just became the executive mayor of the Metro, we came in and we had these brilliant ideas. And every time we said, okay, right, let's call in that ED and that relevant MMC to discuss it. The ED would tell us, there's already such a plan. And then we ask now, why is the plan not implemented? He just shakes his head and shrugs his shoulders. That's what happens on our side. We need to overcome that bottleneck caused by inertia. However, I'm happy to say that we managed to start new tourism products over the last couple of years that can potentially become major tourism drawcards for local, national, and even international tourists. Community-based events such as the Richmond Hill Street Festival, Ebubuleni Festival, Northern Gems, isiXhosa Music Festival, the Springs Fiesta, and many others are showing great promise. I think I spoke to Mr. Van Eck already. I was recently at the Richmond Hill Street Festival. I think I got there about 2 and I left around 11. Apparently it carried on a little bit later after I left. But I haven't seen something. It was my first festival that I attended. Apparently it was the best one yet. But it's so Kabega like Nelson Mandela Bay like that. We don't brag about these things, CEO. We always talk about in politics, you're either going to be like the fish, or you're going to be like the hen. The hen lays one egg, sometimes even a dud egg, and the whole village will hear that he laid an egg. Whereas the fish swims underwater, lays thousands or millions of eggs, and nobody knows about it. It's by time that we talk about these things that we have accomplished and our plans going forward. This bay, it's amazing how depressed we are living here. And when you hear other people coming from other cities within this country, and even those from outside the country, how they see, the vision they have for the city. And that is the inspire part, CEO, that the responsibility you have. Inspire all of us in this metro that we are make this metro a first world city. However, we will have to innovate to ensure that visitors have a great experience every time they attend them. We cannot regurgitate the same experience over and over like we did over the years with the Splash Festival and the summer season. I was alluding to the fact that I spoke to Mr. Van Eck. Why can't we have something similar to the Richmond Hill Street Festival? Why can't for New Year's Eve? I asked, where do we gather? Where do we go into New Year's? I remember being in Cape Town a couple of years back, everybody gathering in Long Street. There's enough security. There's the cleaning department is there, the police are there, the Metro Police are there. That's what they do. Those guys are working. They're based on that particular day. Everybody's working 24 hours around the clock. Why can't we have something similar like that in Richmond Hill? And that's still something that I'm going to ask EDTA and ISRAC to look at, so that we have something on the 31st of December, I nearly said January, 31st of December this year in Richmond Hill again. But let me end off by saying, once again, thank you for the invitation. I wish you all the best with your deliberations and trust that this season will lead to executable plans that can bring value for our tourism and heritage offerings. Thank you. Nkosi kakhulu, Kangans.
I think we need to do better than that for someone who's about to bungee. What do they say? Dutch courage or something? I'm not sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the inspirational words. I'm going to ask our guests who are sitting behind that camera. See, there's a camera before the desk. We want the people at home who are watching us via live streams and those who will be tuning in via the stations to be able to see you when you speak. So please kindly find space in front. Everyone who is behind the camera, please kindly make your way to the front. And as we do that, we will, if the mayor has to go, the mayor, we thank you. We know you have a very busy day, so don't be shocked if the mayor slips out.
to Queensland. They're looking for an experience, that emotional feeling or personal achievement they get from engaging in unforgettable and inspiring activities which touch them emotionally and connect them with special places, people, and cultures. They want local. They don't want copies of other things. They want to know all about us. And that's one of the things I would love you to strive for in the commissions today, is say, what can we talk about and provide that is nowhere else, that is us, and reflects us as people and our history and so on. So I'm very happy to share at some stage the rest of these slides. I've got a whole lot more. But once again on that slide, the highlight one you can see is engaging with locals. So it's not going along and people going, this is that statue and that's all it's about, maybe even not getting out of the vehicle, but getting involved, getting that experience going, and a lot of it is based around storytelling. This is a lovely one. Let me just take a step back. So what we're looking at is hands-on, immersive, local, nowhere else. Does that make sense? The move from product or service to experience, do you get it? Okay, because that's what we're looking for. So here's a typical example. They used to promote this trail, the Viking Trail, in terms of the history and the ancient places and all of that. So product and service. Then they said it wasn't too exciting, and they got into the story of the Vikings as explorers and connect them to that. And visuals are very important. So you can see, I mean, is that the type of thing you put in a normal historical promotional brochure? No. But it's something that attracts people. One thing to remember is that the part of your brain that makes decisions, 95% of your brain are made here. And that part of the brain doesn't understand words. It understands visuals and it understands storytelling. 95% of decisions are made out of storytelling or visuals. So think about that as you move ahead. One of the problems that has changed, and let me point out a couple of those things that we need to overcome. The internet has created that. We are a tiny little thing. That's my alarm, Graham, on my phone over there. If it could just, that's my tablet brain. Have your tablet, Sean. Is the internet has given people so many choices. So once again, we need to stand out. We need to get those emotions going and let someone who's come here say, you've got to do this, and post photos of our heritage and history that are going to absolutely inspire people to do it. So here's a look at that and the progression. And it's one of the problems for us. A lot of what we present still in Nelson Mandela Bay are products and services. We're getting to the stage of experiences as well, but this is one of our major challenges. It's getting that emotional connection to it. Australia already moved into transformation, which means that you are changed as a person. So that's the first challenge. We need to move from product, service to experience. The second one, I know that you guys are familiar with. Could you forward it to the next one for me, please? Okay, so I'm going to tell you about the next one while that gets forwarded. Here I am. It's like me speaking to my wife when she is particularly passionate about something. Two things. if we get into the topic of today, our heritage sites are in a state of decay, vandals, and crime. And that happens all over the metro. It is so important because tour operators now are choosing not to go there. And look at that, it breaks my heart. Tourvest is the biggest tour operator that comes to South Africa. And their CEO said safety and security issues in South Africa have a major material impact on our ability to create tourism in this country. And we have endless safety problems with our passengers at the moment. And here's the kicker bit. He says, Mpumalanga is a problem, Garden Route a slight concern, and Gqeberha is very unsafe. I mean, yeah, that puts us right at the bottom. We've now lost the three biggest tour operators who used to come to our city, Metro, and stay over here and give jobs and money into our economy. And more, and those of you tour guides will know that people are now saying you don't need to include Nelson Mandela Bay in itineraries any longer. You can land at the airport and go off to the Garden Route or to the game reserves, and we're losing out. We're not recovering nearly as quickly as, nearly as quickly as other cities are and destinations from COVID. Cape Town's at 115%. Hermanus is in a similar area, and we're at the end of that route. Donna, Erene, and their colleagues are doing a great job, but with very limited support. Let me get into, and this is where I want to challenge you, for looking at the chats and conversations you're going to have today. So if you think of Rio, some of the outstanding things there from people, this is the type of thing that an experience gives. So it's packaged at learning to do the tango. Small groups, up to 8 people, learning to do the tango. But then she adds other things. She adds going into the area and having chats with locals about their lifestyle and their loves and everything. They go to a local restaurant and they go to places afterwards where people love to tango. And those are the types of photos that come from it. Now, one arm or not, I would love to do that. I want to come back and do that, type of thing. Sometimes I drop my wife when I'm doing that. It's beside the point. Here's another person who does something special. Look at that. Learn to do artworks like that. Now, think about our townships and what we could do there. I know there's the beautiful mosaic, which is on the Donkin, but that's the type of thing we can do. We can create things where we take tourists and they build something like that. Take the skill back home with them to do that themselves as well. Does that make sense? Can you see the difference? It's not people just looking and ticking off. People don't want that anymore, especially the younger generations. They value experiences over products. They're not interested in the larniest washing machine or the biggest TV and that. They want experiences. This is the last one in the examples. So the Titanic sank, we all know. And the museums and that type of thing that have photos and little scale models and that. But here is Ryan House in Belfast, which is the last port that it left for. They have created that you can go there and have a replica, a recreated 9-course meal that was served on the last night of the Titanic. They give you that, they give you a boarding pass, everyone's dressed up, and they give information about other things to do. Once again, I'd love to do that. They're giving you an experience of that. So I am absolutely passionate about our townships, I think, and northern areas. I think we have let them down terribly in tourism and in heritage. Yeah. Yeah. So let's have a look at that. And I'm just going to show you one or two there as we go along. We've got to, that's got to be our priority. It's been promised by mayors in the past, and I know you're going to push it, Executive Mayor. But they've said we're going to get tourism development forums going, we're going to get township tourism going, and it's going to be elevated to our biggest priority. And we've still got hardly any township products, not tours, but products, and there are people doing good work there. The beautiful, tragic story of the Mendy, and which was traveling over to France and was involved in a crash with another boat and sank. And the wonderful talking about what happened spoke about how our black soldiers gave the lifeboats, which there were too few, to women and children, and how calm they were and accepted their fate. Ubuntu, yeah, it's Ubuntu on steroids. And then, as the CEO said just now, we were researching Warmer Township, and we found that it's the only township in South Africa where the residents weren't forcibly removed to a created township. And that has so many rich stories behind it as well. In New Brighton, and I'm sorry, Lavoya, I'm going a bit over time, but in New Brighton, that is where the street committee system during apartheid times got invented. They had the big rallies, Costa and all the guys speaking there, and they were getting clapped by the security forces, and they said, let's do something else. And the street committee, which led up and down structures, was invented there and in Utenake. So going under could be one of the themes for New Brighton. Okay, so let me challenge you for your thinking later on. And I just pulled this out as one of the examples. A story is made up of a collection of things which are then brought in, interpreted, and even allowing people to become part of them. So this beautiful place that we have, the Sacramento Trail, which all of us know from going for a walk, and it's beautiful and fantastic. And there's a big pillar which shows where the Sacramento was up. So beautiful. On that right-hand part of the slide is something that should get our attention. It's a cave where the Khoisan lived as part of that whole landscape. The Khoisan created fish traps. They recently found some at Cape Recife. So let me show you a bit more. You have the Sacramento that went down, and the type of shelter that they stayed in for 15 days or so. So that whole story, and if you read it, the accounts of what happened are fascinating. You can get people to take part in that. Then the cannon from the Sacramento, two men from PE having that, all of us boys, I want to find treasure. I want to go on the wrecks and find treasure. And eventually they found it. And you can see there many of the cannon that are in our museum and various other places came up with those guys. And one of them, of course, is at the beginning of the Sacramento Trail. I spoke about Khoisan, the fact that they did fish traps where when the tide was high, the fish would swim in. They were almost like rock dams, and when the tide went down, the fish were trapped in the structure, and they went and harvested them. They also used fynbos and things in the area to complement their food. So imagine if we can have a setup somewhere, whether it's on the Sacramento or close to the lighthouse, where we can go, divide tourists up, and have the fish that were caught in fish traps served, dried, together with the fynbos that was used, and you take them through and they'd feel it and smell it and that type of thing, so that they are creating their own food with the guidance of a couple of books that would be there that can help them along the way. And what happens there? Our secret gets unlocked. Selfie or friend taking a photo. I'm cooking food the way people did 60,000 years ago. Wonderful photos. And they become engaged with that, and they take it home with them. They'll always remember that experience. So that's the type of thing I want to inspire you toward. In my group today, I'll just say we've got to put things together as stories. We can put them together as single things, but let's do them as stories. Graham has a wonderful concept, maritime concept, which kicks ass. It really does. Single story. I'm coming to an end now. These guys were called the Rocket Crew. They were from, I think it's Prince Alfred's Guard, which is clear. And whenever ships were in trouble, like 1902, we had a big gale and about 15 ships were wrecked. The thing was invented to use an old mortar, and they would stick in the bell, which is going to be fired out, and they would fire this across the bow of the ship. And people would be able to pull themselves in on that. The way they were doing it before that is they attached it to sticks and tried to burn it out. And there's this wonderful story about these people who saved so many. And once again, you can get people involved in the whole shipwreck and what can we do and that type of thing. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of some of the things. There are just too many options to mention here. But please, today and going into the future, remember those two things. Create emotions through immersing people and having conversations with unique local aspects. That's the people then post, and everything happens for us. Make sense? Guys, please do it. I want you to join me in becoming part of the What If Club, who look at something, tirelessly go after it, and say, what if we could do this? Our tourism industry isn't you at the moment. There are just too many things and challenges, and we'd love to challenge them and help with that. But if we start creating this type of product based on heritage, I think Toto's here today. She's taken the story of the Donkin, the heartbreaking story of the wife who died before he came here, and built it, and there's a beautiful plaque on it. And Toto has made earrings, beaded earrings, in the shape of a pyramid with a red heart in the middle, which you can't get anywhere else because that's our story. Okay, so that's how I want us. I'm available anytime to get involved in chats and inspirational things and that. But please take that. Please become what if people, officials, tourism people, everyone. Let's look for a way for people to be employed, own businesses, and just this economy to make its way forward and reach its potential. Can you guys help me with that? Let's do it, eh? Let's do it. I have been on a roller coaster of emotions, but, and excuse my language, ek fok maar voort. Thank you, folks. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, and not too much complaining, because we know it's wrong. Solutions. What if? What if? Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Very inspirational. I think the whole point of that conversation is to inspire our thinking and understanding and what we can bring to the table. Let's give him a round of applause. Colleagues, don't be concerned. They're off to an interview or one or two. The next speaker is Mr. Nsimpiwe Msizi, as he was scheduled to speak earlier. And Mr. Msizi will talk to us about the possibility of establishing an African heritage route that passes through the city center, making a case for a study of Steve Biko heritage in Gqeberha. Let's give Mr. Msizi a round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nsimpiwe, as I was explained. I am a heritage practitioner, by profession anyway. I'm also an activist and also a student at University of Cape Town, doing MPhil in conservation and built heritage. I've just thought I'm going to contribute today with this possibility. The purpose of this coming with this proposal or route was actually to see that in the city, it lacks to cover the route that also talks to the other historical or heritage of the other nation. So to me, it was interesting to work on this project of Steve Biko for many years, together even with the university. So, and we had a good experience this year. So I thought I'm going to share a little bit about it. Let me go to the next slide. Yeah, let me give a little bit about Steve Biko and the connection with Nelson Mandela Bay. Steve Biko was arrested in August in 1977 in Grahamstown, which now Makanda, and then was transferred the next day into Port Elizabeth, which is now Gqeberha, and was charged, which was the 19th of August. Then from that time, he was kept here in Gqeberha until he died on the 12th of September, actually before he died on the 11th. So he was tortured here in Gqeberha, a place is called Woma, and also in the city center, the other place called Sanlam Building. Yeah. And then in the previous year, in December, the same place called Sanlam Building killed one of the teachers who was a teacher at Northern Areas at Peterson High, George Botha. So when Steve Biko arrived in that place, it was 7 months after George Botha was killed. So, and it was in that place that actually got seriously injured. Okay. Yes, I'm still here, ne? Oh, yes. Okay, sorry for that. Yeah, and then from here, it was on the 11th, Steve Biko was killed Steve Biko died on the 12th, but on the 11th, it was here in Gqeberha that he was taken in the police van, naked, driven about 1,200 kilometers to Pretoria. And then on the next day in the arrival, Steve Biko was declared dead or pronounced dead. Yes. You see, I just want to give you some of the activities that happened at Woma Police Station. There on the left, you see the man there, Peter Jones. Peter Jones just recently passed away, but he was the man who was arrested with Steve Biko and in Makanda. But when they arrived in Port Elizabeth, Gqeberha, they were separated. He couldn't see Steve Biko anymore. He couldn't even go to his burial. Now, in 2006, it was for the first time to come and visit. Steve Biko was jailed in Woma Township. That visit was a huge visit in PE because it had Eastern Cape Premier, 5 MECs, Nelson Mandela, Mayor at that time. They were there at Woma Police Station. So, and then the next year, this is son of Biko, Nkosinato Biko was here on the, there was a huge thing. If people were here in 2007 in South Africa, they will know that there was a big thing which was called Biko 3030, which was actually talking about 30 years Biko passed away at the age of 30. The Eastern Cape activities were launched here at Woma by the son of Steve Biko himself. This is the jail where Steve Biko, the cell where Steve Biko was kept. Sorry. Oh, yes, I'm sorry for that. Okay, can I go back once? Oh, yes, okay. Oh, yes. Continue. You see, in 2006, you can see there, it was also there on the left, NMMU was there at the cell, the Steve Biko Foundation themselves, and also the South African Heritage Resources Agency, Respect. And then in 2013, the cell, Helen Zille came to the cell. The story of Helen Zille was that Helen Zille was also the first time to come to the cell. But Helen Zille, when she was young in 1977, she works for the Rand Daily Mail newspaper as a journalist. She worked very hard with the other Eastern Cape journalist called Donald Woods at that time to uncover the real cause of death of Steve Biko. Because at that time, the Minister of Police Justice was saying that Steve Biko died on the hunger strike. Now, people like them released an article which actually shook the world and revealed the real cause of Steve Biko. So she came also to the cell in 2013. And then quickly, now, let me go a little bit and give you what is the Sanlam Building. Many people were in Strand Street, they know where Strand Street is. Sanlam Building is another unnoticed building on the left when you drive down. This is what it was then, and then sometimes when it got, I will tell you a little bit about it. This is how it looks like now. The background of the Sanlam Building, it's actually, it was served as a special branch of the Eastern Cape. This is where the headquarters of the Eastern Cape Police were at that time. This is where the torturing used to happen. And this is where, in that place where the Steve Biko was actually tortured. As I said, George Botha was killed. There was also another guy called Lungile Tabalaza, Spiwo Mtimkulu, Lulu John, Moki Tsekisani, Janet Cherry. Many of them were tortured actually in that place. And then, for example, in the Truth, it did appear in the Truth Reconciliation Commission in many times. That place down the Strand Street. And some members of the police applied for amnesty, some other apply, you can see down there. But just bottom line, the bottom line, the place was owned by Sanlam Limited, which actually also had to be called to the TRC and report, which actually they went there. They didn't know the activities that the police were doing there. They were only giving out for the tenants to use. Yeah. And then, who was Steve Biko? From the explanation, it was good to use this one because this is what we did in 2012 with other white guys or multiracial. You know, it's always very good how to see Biko as a black guy, but many different races would want to come together and be part of it. So they were stationed here, and then we actually did that project of actually a commemoration Steve Biko. This is the portrait they actually developed, also Mary Brennan and many of them. I will show you a little bit about the portrait. The portrait is there. If people know the Sanlam building down there, we used to have that portrait to create an awareness because the building was still dilapidated, not used. The government didn't want to do anything about it. So we put it there. We put it in the night, actually, as artists. We actually, I went to MBDA that physically, because different pillars, Dorel will remember, different pillars at Sanlam had different photos of youth and like that. So I asked them, can we have something that we put in for the commission? Then they didn't know about it. Then just do it as an activist. So you can see from inside, this is how the Sanlam building was looking like. And then you can see the photo outside. These photos are more the courtesy of Dr. Rogue's Naomi. And then there were efforts in 2016 in Cape. Human Settlement came, actually promises that they will revamp the project, the building, and they will use it for social housing project, and they will keep the history. You can see the MEC there with the former mayor, Ben Fiedler. He was not coming as a mayor, then he was not yet the mayor. There was another new mayor. You can see there was a sort turning that was taking place to show things were happening. And you can see also there were committee formed for heritage, and one of the committee was also George Botha's wife is there, Praline Botha, and also it was also in the magazines of the Eastern Cape as something that is as a promise for the city. Then finally the project of housing went on, but then the heritage aspect of the building had a problem. Remember, they just came there on that building to do a social housing, but it was a historical building. And then you see, there were different challenges there. For example, one of them that I'm saying now, and then you know there were more human settlement people than heritage, which I, for example, didn't see any heritage or historical department at that time, and then it was focused exactly on that. And MEC was always on the media, and it was settlement MEC, but not history, no tourism MEC. And then, of course, I saw what was happening. The politics of that time worked a lot, because at that time it was when we first experienced this coalition government. So we had a DA-led coalition government here, and then we have a delegate political leadership of the ANC from the province, and you could see that the province didn't want to do anything with the municipality. We said, hey man, do it together, and they didn't do it. So we really experienced those things. Sorry? Can you please talk into the mic? Oh, must I talk? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's okay. Thank you, sharp. Thank you very much. Ne? And then, and then actually, then there was there was this challenging now of needs, because there was lesser of tourism and heritage involved, and there was more tourism. So there was not even an agreement now of how the building will be used. There were consultations in Samo. I remember seeing when Professor Janet Cherry was an activist who was also jailed in that place at one time, saying that, okay, the 6th floor where Steve Biko was tortured and all the police rented, they need to be museum staff. It didn't work. Yeah, because of the interest of the human settlement. And also at the 6th floor, there's a room 6019 where really the real torturing was taking place. And then it could not be accessed very easily. If the people wanted to see the room Steve Biko was tortured, those things were the real there. And the third part, which I know, which normally is happening, is because the project was a renovation project, and it had monies and everything like that. So there was a big, a fight, something like that. Quickly now, how you can see now how the Nelson Mandela University got involved with Steve Biko, something like that. In 2002, the Nelson Mandela University gave posthumous doctorate to Steve Biko to honor him as a hero. In 2006, as I showed off the photo, they were there at the cell and many things. In 2007, they got involved. And I remember now in 2007, the Department of Sport, the Provincial Department of Arts and Culture got involved together with the Bayworld, Osakata, they were involved. And then in 2011, this is where the things started to be a little bit get different for the city. The Nelson Mandela, for the first time, established the annual Steve Biko lecture at the university, which is still going on today. Yeah, the lecture. Yeah, you can see how you can see how it started there as a youth organization at the university, Azasco at that time. Also, it was at that time, Woma Township was also very active, joining together. That was the same year that it all happened, actually. And then there were certain youth projects. These were more the NMMU youth project, including myself. We're doing it from 2013, 2017. Many speakers. This is Seth Mazibuko, the June 16 founder at that time, Foundation Youth. They were coming down. And basically, this year was a very good year for me because I worked with the university for all these years doing that thing. And last year, actually, I have a privilege to receive an honorary from the VC and for the role that I played. Then for this year, it was good for me to come with something that is fresh and that could be attractive. Then we were thinking about now on the Biko Week. You know, the week, actually, there's a week that's called Steve Biko Week or Black Consciousness Week, which happened nationally. It actually remembers the week Steve Biko suffered in PE. But yeah, that's not known. So we started to involve in the Biko Weeks program. So one of the program was to do this Black Consciousness Head Tour, to actually identify these significant places of Steve Biko within the center, and we could, everything like that. You could see here the students were arriving at Woma Police Station, warm welcome by the police as usually. You see the happy moment, the intense participation by the youth. And then we also went to the George Porter because it was more interesting to young people. What are they doing with George Porter? He died there, what are they doing? And there were many activities there which were involved. And then there was an arrival at the Sanlam building. This is the back side of the Sanlam building. When we arrived there, how it looked like. This is the room 601, 609 where Steve was tortured. There was really no significance that we found there. And the students wanted to get involved, wanted to know what is the real story. They didn't have no story about that. You can see the routes that I've been doing. This was last year we did with some members of the Heritage Trust, including with the MMC, just how the route can become. But as you see, the Woma Police Station, this is a cell, but you need to decorate the cell in order to become viable, but the cell is nothing. Yeah, and then this is how it used to look like before the renovation. You can see now how the students get packed at the cell. Here also to test, because Steve Biko and the Black Consciousness, June 16, are the part of the syllabus of the South African schools, blah, blah, blah. So every student, every school, multiracial as they have to study about Steve Biko. So it was interesting for me to have a view of how multiracial school, how they, and you can be shocked the comments that I've got from Victoria Park, Theodore Hazel, how they learned and experience. And here is the Masifunde from Woma Township. They had an activity in the cell, and they took it to the Woma Township and get engaged about it after that, you know. Yeah, what's then? You see, I've seen it, that is because everybody, what if, what then? Yeah, you see, the route, everybody needs to experience the route. I actually look at this route and very, very well the Route 67 and know very well how the Route 67 developed because I was there. And I knew and I know how much effort was put to Route 67. So to get the route like that, it needs to go and experience exactly all those things, destinations and everything like that. Let me go quickly to the next one. I'm about to finish. You see, I not long ago, I'm sorry the picture is not clear. This is more the strategic section, tourism strategic section of the department. How, for example, I look some of the strategic goals and partnership like that. The things that I've circled is, for example, the research committees that have formed. The other circle up there is like the regional tourism structure they form. And of course, you see, it's very important that the black people must not only be seen to involve tourism only township. To me, it does not work well. And then on the city center, it will only be reserved for the other color. it must be an opportunity that things be developed within the city center where the different tour guides and heritage practitioners could have an opportunity to do that. This is basically what it could do there. And of course, I can go to the destinations themselves. And let me quickly, can I play that piece or can I not play? Yeah, this is the last piece, just a few seconds. Can it play? This is a white guy here, Garrett Cliff. You see, it's so much interesting that you either have what they call maybe a white heritage, some people, it's very good to hear what other people are saying about the white heritage. When you have something like called black heritage, it's good to always have different views on different people. Can you play it? You can't play it? Yeah, it's just maybe 20 seconds. I know it has not reached even 10. Okay? No, it's not play. We can leave it. Can I? Can I leave? Okay, no. Okay. People, that is the end of my slide. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. M. Colleagues, again, just to regroup, the whole point of these contributions is to stimulate our thinking so that when we do break into those commissions and discussing what needs to be done for tourism and heritage, there has been some deposits into those conversations. Now, what I will do, I will break from the program for a little bit, and I'm going to ask for two hands. One, to reflect on the first presentation, which was about stories and telling our stories in a unique and compelling way, the presentation by Sean. And I would like to get a view from the floor about alternative heritage or the other heritage, what Mr. Msizi talks to as maybe African heritage. I've got a hand from the chief here, and I have a hand from Mr. Pansi over there. Please, sir, your name, who you are, and a minute of your contribution.
Hi, Kaiches, good morning, Molweni. I'm Gaub Edmund Steerman from the House of Klaas and David Steerman. I'm the 8th generation descendant survivor of the wars of dispossession here in the Eastern Cape. My contribution is, when it comes to heritage, especially here in Gqeberha, a couple of 100 meters away from us is Fort Frederick. And when it comes to heritage in this city, it needs to start at chapter 1. How did Gqeberha come about? And there were people like the Khoi and the San. We have a problem when it comes to people having historical amnesia and when we are not recognized. So when it comes to heritage in this area, we need to be stakeholders, we need to be consulted, because we've done extensive research in this area, and we're so glad to have this invitation so that we also make our contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much. Mr. Pansi has a contribution to make on this side. And while he does so, I'm going to call upon our next speaker to get ready. I think it's Mr. Taylor. This side, guys. Ghost.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Anderson. All what I can say, all we need this morning or today is to unify whatever we think about. If we talk about heritage there, we will go out of this room with nothing. And all what I think, or all what I can propose is, let's go out of this meeting with one vision. Let's build the city again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pansi. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're going to move with speed. And again, this is a very important conversation we're having, but I want to remind everyone that The crux of today is about developing an action plan of what needs to happen going forward and who must do what, not pointing fingers, but also taking responsibility as the industry, as civic society, as municipal entities, etc. So I'm going to call upon one of the partners on the MBDA MOU, Mr. Graham Taylor from the Historical Society of Port Elizabeth. He has a contribution to make as well. Let's give him a hand.
Great, thank you very much. While I wait for the presentation to come up, I would just like to thank everybody for taking the time to be here today. And most importantly, to thank MBDA and the municipality, the executive mayor and the CEO to actually come here with a can-do attitude. I think if we adopt that can-do attitude, we can do amazing things in the city. And what I'd like to talk about today is just when the presentation gets up. The Historical Society of Port Elizabeth has been around since 1959. We've done some remarkable work over the years. And, you know, the reason I mention that is not to blow the trumpet of the society, but to merely point out that those achievements over the years were really about partnerships and getting those partnerships going. A couple of examples are the, if one looks at the Donkin, the Sturley Cottages, Van der Klem's Kloof, Number 7 Castle Hill, all of those are examples of where voluntary society got together, pulled together, and got the municipality to actually come along and be part of a journey to make things happen. So what I'd like to talk about today is about making something happen. And the concept which I'd like to talk about is something about Algoa Bay and our maritime heritage. We think there's a remarkable story to be told in going through the heritage of Algoa Bay. The fact of the matter is that we often forget what Algoa Bay means, and we often say, well, you know, it's just a bay of lagoons. It's something very simple. But there's a story that's far, far more complex than that. And that story really goes back to the origins of anatomically modern humans, which occurred on this coastline about 160,000 years ago. That story is a compelling story that we can take to the international community. And we have all those resources at our disposal right now by just focusing on the maritime heritage of Algoa Bay. It would seem that I'm caught for a presentation, so I'm just going to have to speak off the cuff. And I'll try and do that from memory. The fact of the matter is that the maritime heritage of Algoa Bay was shaped by three factors. The first was that we became the global landmark for the emergence of global maritime trade. In 1488, a guy by the name of Bartholomew Dias came along to our shorelines. And, you know, in the history books, it's a very simple event. In the history of the world, it's probably the most significant event which we have seen. Adam Smith would point out that particular event, along with the discovery of Americas, fundamentally changed international trade. It became maritime-based and not terrestrially based. That led to the world being broken up into two sections, the one dominated by the Spanish as part of the Iberian Peninsula, and the other one was around the Cape of Good Hope. That Cape of Good Hope, or the Cape of Storms, as they initially called it, was the absolute key to fundamentally changing the world. For centuries before that, it had been about terrestrial trade, which gave rise to all the conflicts within the Levant, or what we know now known as the Middle East, the Israel area. So those tragic events that we've seen there, that got bypassed by this global trade that started right here. But that story of the navigational challenges of the Agulhas Bank goes back far, far further to that 160,000 years I was telling you about. For 95% of the time in the past 200,000 years, sea levels were lower than they currently are. The Algoa Bay that we see today covered by the ocean was covered by grasslands. They sustained communities, and those communities had very, very vibrant lifestyles. That emergence based on a seafood, maritime marine environment gave rise to who we are today. Along the way, the Portuguese that came along in 1488 really this was their mark to Goa, i.e. El Goa meaning to Goa, and Del Goa, which was the return route nowadays known as Maputo Bay, gave rise to those particular names. In addition to that, the old sailing ships, they couldn't tell longitude very well, so they were dependent on landmarks to get to Goa. And the Grootwinterik Range, or as they say in Xhosa, the Kwazinga Range, the Black Mountains, which you can see from afar, was their landmark to get to Goa. But let's have a look at the story of the indigenous people of Algoa Bay and water, because that was one of the fundamental attractions to Algoa Bay, was water. The word Gqeberha, and the tragedy of the renaming, is that we haven't fully understood what that is. And it's a story about sustainability, wetlands, and local people sustaining off a marine environment and ships coming along to be watered. We can trace that back to the earliest days. It's there for all to see. The lifestyles that these people led was all around this one core commodity, which was Phragmites australis, together with other wetland plants, i.e. the common reed. These plants provided medicinal uses, they provided food uses, household, ecological, all of those uses were there and by these local communities. These maritime traders water from this bay, not only here, where we have Port Elizabeth, but also at Ngqura. The origins of the name come from groundwater. It was a resource. Now, what we'd like to propose as a historical society, and we have been going on this narrative for some time, is the anchor point to tell this story is around what we call a maritime heritage library, which is centered on the historic cities, which will integrate the maritime stories of indigenous people, the San and the Khoi, and the Xhosa as they move down the east coast, and integrate the story into an international context. And the way to do that is to tell that story through the public library as a depart point. But this is not about an experience that Sean talked about cramming 100 tourists into a public library and saying, look at what we've got. We're talking about an outdoor experience. The very same library that inspired Athol Fugard to such an extent to become one of the world's greatest playwrights is standing there empty, waiting to be, not empty, full of maritime artifacts, waiting to be utilized. So how do we do that? I mean, it's not only about the maritime library, but all the features around that library, which has got tremendous and compelling value on offer. If we look at all the features around that, from the South End Museum to the only statue, celebrating this 500 years of exploration to find this route around the Southern Cape coastline, to the Dias Cross, to the Caps, to the pyramid on the Donkin. All of these are existing features which we can build into this maritime library and tell the story not in the library but outside. But probably the most compelling thing is what brought people here in the first place. Our trade products before the gold and diamond rush was really plants and animal species. The aloes of the Eastern Cape are so well known. They're ubiquitous around the world. We have 36 species of aloes in the Eastern Cape, of which 26% of them are endemic. Most of those aloes, if not all of them, are actually used for medicinal, household, sustenance purposes and have been used for centuries. It's a very, very compelling story to tell. All the building blocks are yes, from Fort Frederick, the Donkin. Markman Creek is a remarkable little cliff, which is on the top left-hand slide that you see. It's largely unknown. That was the first water source in the area, not for maritime people, but for the local indigenous people. We've got these Stone Age artifacts. They've been found on the Donkin, and they're within that cliff, and there's a wonderful story to tell. Put it together with this maritime narrative that we've got to tell, and a zip line. We've been waiting 8 years for the zip line, and great stuff to Mr. Kaba for actually making this happen and getting an RFP. We simply have to shorten those timelines to the shortest possible story. Part of that maritime story is looking at the paleo landscapes. And those paleo landscapes, that's a typical artistic impression that would have looked like at the time. They were filled with maritime artists, and if there's an experience that people want to go through, that is there, and we can have it within that Markman Creek or Markman Cliff. So when we're talking about this Mandela Bay Maritime Heritage Library, it's about an experience. It's not a tour, it's not a nature reserve, it's not a library, it's not a museum, but it's an experience. Get people out there and experiencing it out on our doorstep. But what we need to do is make a place safe and clean. Very much like a special economic zone area. Define a geographic area, whether it's only in Central, or whether it's there with the boardwalk as well, and Van der Klemps and New Brighton. It doesn't really matter. What matters is the experience that people have got there. You cannot have tourism and heritage where people feel unsafe and where it's not clean. That's the bottom line. The tour operators are abandoning the city, and we've got to do it. We've got to change things around, and what we're suggesting is this maritime heritage experience. You know, this whole project has been in gestation for the better part of the last decade, the core concepts. We've got a very compelling story to tell. We've been trying to tell this story for the last year, and those are some of the institutional role players that have seen it. We think that this can happen, and can happen very quickly. And the first building block is to reopen the public library. We're very, very heartened to see the can-do attitude that's coming from MBDA and the city. But we're going to take it one step further. And as a society and as partners, our fellow partners in the voluntary sector, whether it's the Friends of the Library, Bay Action, we want to join hands, and that's really why we're so encouraged about today, is join hands and make that happen. And we are setting a date, drawing a line in this, and getting the first building blocks of this going during the course of next month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Graham. Graham I'll keep your phone, no worries. If it is in contact. If you don't know that, it's fine. Thank you very much. Colleagues, again, we're going to take one more contribution from, let me just make sure I get it correct, and that is Phumelele Heritage Zonela, or Phumelele Zonela. We've invited these contributions to give us a base and food for thought when we break into the commissions and discuss where to, how to, and by who. So let's not waste any time. Unless the person is online, I think they're coming up here. Phumelele Zonela from Ezazi Ekhaya Heritage and Culture. Oh, there we go. I saw him this morning. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Is it still a morning? Good morning, beautiful people from Gqeberha. I've already heard that maybe some of us are uncomfortable with the name changes, but as things stand, we are in Gqeberha. Apparently, people way back mispronounced it, call it Kariga. So it had to be restored. Before I make some comments, Oyama earlier on warned me that you guys are going to be very much strict about time. I was actually tempted to say, because people have been sitting down for quite some time, that can we stand up a little bit and stretch our backs and do some movement, because I would like my bit to be listened to. There's something about speeches bring controversies and some discomforts, and some people might be a little bit uncomfortable already about some of the things that have been said here earlier on. Yesholoza kulezo ndaba stimela spumesa. Anticipating Saturday, isn't it? Chocholoza chocholo iyo kulezo ndaba stimela spume South Africa. Oh, it's still called South Africa, Simpiwe. Thank you very much. Once again, very good morning. I have a bit of discomfort with formal environments. Most of the people that I work with know that I'm a little bit of an informal person. But at the same time, I love engagements that are productive. Maybe before I say anything, just to give an acknowledgement to the present dignitaries. The mayor was here, absentia. Greetings to you, Mayor. Traditional leaders, I do recognize one from the Khoi community, the CEO of the MPDA, and other present partners and colleagues within the heritage and tourism sector. I acknowledge you, and thank you very much for your great work. And maybe you should give a round of applause for all the people who have just done presentations before me. Directly to you, my chief, Indaba, Sandlalang, that's my clan name. Lubis, Ungomosbo, Indaba. I'm of Khoi origin. We know exactly when as Amasukwini, because that's my clan name. Dingumsukwini Mnutibash. Ukuti, what happened in history when there was a war between Amaxhosa and the people of Indaba, that we were incorporated amongst Amaxhosa as Amangahwane, Amagwashu, kunye naMasukwini. The reason I'm bringing that forth is that in our history there are connections that even in our language that all academics agree today that predominantly, or I'd say a huge percentage of isiXhosa language is dominated by words from the Khoi and the San. That this new agenda that seeks to separate the two will not win, because intrinsically we are the same people. I just wanted to acknowledge you by saying that I'm one of you. Thank you. So when Oyama approached me to give a word or two, I'm not going to be long. He caught me off guard. Would you like to come and make a presentation? And I was like, yo, I'm wearing so many hats. Igama lam lele, Heritage Zonela. Most of my friends call me Heritage because I've been preoccupied with this heritage endeavor for quite a number of years now, possibly more than 20 years, trying to highlight the importance and the significance of heritage as part of an economic activity and as part of value in terms of self-identity. So I director of Zazi Ekaya Heritage and Culture. It's an NGO or NPO that we started 5 years ago. We work in schools. This presentation will be mostly about Zazi Ekaya, Heritage and Culture, and the work that we're doing with high school kids when it comes to heritage education and why we can use heritage education as part of the promotion of tourism. Because there's something called school tourism. Because our kids don't know their country, and yet our preoccupation is always about tourists that come from outside our country. Let me park that for now. Caesar, I heard you in your presentation that you were focusing on a provincial hero or a national hero for that matter, or international hero, Ubiko, because we have to indigenize our heritage. We have to tell our own stories before we can be able to tell stories of other people who actually landed here. So I hear the black radical tone in your presentation and what needs to be done in terms of excavating our indigenous heritage. I heard that. But I also loved the presentation of our very first speaker because he was giving us a global view of what tourism is about, what excites people about tourism. Because we can easily be preoccupied about your little corner and forget about international trends. Because at the end of the day, Asian tourism has to attract tourism revenue. I think if my memory serves me well, tourism is the second biggest employer in the country after mining, isn't it? So this is a sector that can easily give hope to our people in terms of allowing them to sell their craft, to tell their stories. And we need to find mechanisms and products that we can sell in the international market to give people a reason as to why they should come. Is it called South Africa? Other people call it Azania. I don't know what it is. Okay. Now, the reason I chose this subject, the tangibility and intangibility of heritage in post-apartheid South Africa, was that there are things that we can touch that are part of our history that we can be proud of. And there are things that we think, and there are things that we sing about, and there are things that sometimes we wear that are part of our heritage, but most of the times we don't use them as economic resources to our advantage. So I was sitting there at the back thinking as the previous speakers were talking, is that, in our country, those who designed our constitution were visionary people. Because we have got two key and main acts of parliament that define our landscape, especially when it comes to heritage. We've got the National Heritage Council Act that is mandated by Parliament to give meaning to our intangible heritage. And then we've got a second act, both acts were enacted in 1999. We have got National Heritage Resources Agency Act. So the difference between the two is that the National Heritage Resources Act is the one that is supposed to look after our national heritage sites, to be specific. That I heard one of the decrying the fact that our heritage sites are neglected. That is simply because of the lack of mandate, a lack of implementing the mandate of the National Heritage Act, that in every province there's supposed to be a sub-office of the National Heritage Resources Agency that identifies heritage sites that need to be protected. But as things stand, that responsibility has only been delegated to municipalities. And the agencies that are mandated by the municipalities are also failing. If you go to any, I echo that sentiment, if you go to any heritage site in this city, if it's not dirty, it's dilapidated, and also there are people who are sleeping, who don't even know what that resource is about. Okay, so without wasting time, maybe I should stick to my presentation as I designed it, because I was just talking in general. And so, as I was saying, I play a role in 3 different agencies or organizations. As a director at Zazeka Heritage and Culture, where we do heritage education in schools. So I'm here to plead to all the stakeholders that are here that let's make it a priority and develop a policy where we can start introducing heritage and tourism in school through education. That's my first proposal. And my second proposal is that I'm also a management committee member of the Nomhle Nkonyeni Legacy Foundation. If you are here and you don't know who Nomhle Nkonyeni is, maybe you shouldn't be here. Okay, don't stand up, don't embarrass yourself. One of the things that Rebecca is known of, or Port Elizabeth, or the former Port Elizabeth, is that here in this city we post some of the best actors in the world. And yet we have not found a way of capitalizing on our creative and arts heritage. So last year, we had a challenge to the tourism department, because annually what we do a Nomhle Nkonyeni annual lecture. Then we approach the municipality to say, how about the tourism department at the municipality? How about you partner with us as the Nomhle Nkonyeni Legacy Foundation? Because Nomhle is known internationally. By the way, this Nomhle that we are talking about has masters from some university in England that we are busy as we speak, trying to make a relationship with that university, because for tourism purposes, we would like them to come and see Nomhle, where she stayed and where she lived and where she grew up, as part of art tourism and art heritage. And also, this Nomhle that we are talking about, I think pretty soon the municipality is going to make an announcement that one of the streets ultimately and officially is going to be named after Nomhle as one of the greatest actors that this country has ever produced. Now imagine that as a heritage resource in terms of marketing our city, because there are people who grew up Abo Gauteng, KZN, where they shoot each other. Oh, sorry, I didn't say that. Limpopo and other places who've watched Nomhle on stage. The people who have seen John Kani on stage, just behind us here, there's a John Kani Street, one of the greatest actors ever produced from here, Rebecca, Winston John. There are streets here in Central that are named after those people. What is that movie that was like very popular where John Kani was featuring? This is not on my script. I'm just trying to brag about our city and its potential. Wakanda, was it called Wakanda? Where John Kani, like, imagine if you were to see Rebecca using art as tourism. That, do you know that of the actors in Wakanda is town? But all those people, this is where the difference comes in now. This is where maybe the politics come in, but we're not here for politics, but we're here for solutions. That all this, we're talking about township tourism. I always fight with one of my colleagues. I'm not going to mention his name because he spoke earlier on. They are called community tourism forums. And then I say, no, I don't like this idea of community tourism forums. Let's call them township tourism forums. The reason being is that Summerstrand is a community. Woma is a community. Northern areas are also communities, but the difference is that our experiences are not the same. So if we want to package townships, let's call them what they are. They are townships, and give them and pick them in the same way that apartheid had intended them, so that people who come from other countries and elsewhere can understand the experiences of black people. So we can't call them community tourism, they are township. That's why government is even speaking about township economy, because the needs of people who are staying in the township the same as the needs of people who are staying in Summerstrands and other areas. So we have no confusion on that. That's why we are called KwaZakhele, New Brighton, Zwide Township Tourism Forum. And my chairperson is Mr. Pat Kondile, sitting somewhere there. I'm the secretary of that, because we're trying to preserve the heritage of the townships in that specific space. And these tourism forums were established by the municipality. And fortunately, the current CEO at the time was the Director of Economic Development and Mayor Throlip when the Township Tourism Forums were established. I'm sorry to say that no resources ever since was channeled into making sure that those forums are functioning. I'm happy that we have reconnected here at MPTA to find out what are you going to do about that. Okay, politics aside. As I conclude, because I'm no longer following my script. They say, when they talk about the history of our country, that political liberation was necessary and key. And that after that, apparently they put these in some order, and that we have to strive for economic liberation. I argue that most importantly, fine, we've secured political liberation. I argue that we need to prioritize cultural liberation. Because I know, and I've seen in so many instances, people who have enjoyed the benefits of political liberation and economic liberation who have no respect for their identity as black people. It doesn't mean anything to them. So, as back to Uzazi, Ekhaya heritage and culture, so what we teach abantwana is that, what is your clan name? Where do you come from? Who are you? Go back Ekhaya and find out about your identity, because no amount of money that you will have and no amount of achievement that you will have will help you to restore your identity. Because one of the key imperatives of the colonial agenda was the erosion of black culture, of black culture. That's why even today we are not able as South Africa to graduate from the level that we are at as a people to talk reconciliation proper, because we as black people have not reconciled with ourselves. So that's part of what we teach kids in school. Cultural liberation is very key and important. So maybe I'll show some few slides of what we do. But before I show these few slides, because what I've noticed also from the previous speakers was that they were showing concrete programs that are happening, okay, that they have proposed in their respective areas. So as KZB Township Tourism Forum that focuses on KwaZakhele, New Brighton, and Zwide, we made a proposal to the municipality, and we identified a building called Kwabekile at Kwafort. Because if you remember, in New Brighton, or in almost all townships, there were what we called air halls, isn't it? Fine, government worked hard enough to change one in Elalini, okay, Elalini, red location, and now it's a lodge. That was a beer hall. Then main art center, by the way, was a bottle store. Now there's one remaining bottle store in New Brighton that approached the municipality about almost now 4 years ago. Can we turn this old bottle store that is dilapidated and used into a tourism hub? That is the project that is being proposed by the Township Tourism Forum, that we need at the least one space where all ideas and initiatives that have to do with township tourism can be consolidated. It is called Kwabekile Tourism Hub. There is a council resolution on that. But all we need right now, oh, by the way, added to the council resolution, they mandated the Eastern Cape Tourism Development Agency to come up with a model of how we would like the building to look like. And the beautiful model of how, and they paid a lot of money. I thought, yeah, the Township Tourism Forum doesn't even have a cent, but the Eastern Cape Tourism Development Agency was able to pay huge amounts of money just for a model. Very nice pictures with colorful, okay? Fine. So that's our main proposal for tourism development as the Township Tourism. For that, if we could develop the Kwabekile Township Tourism Hub, where we can then try to build things from the ground, from the township. As I conclude, I don't know how this thing works. Back to the tangibility and the intangibility of heritage in post-apartheid South Africa. So, if you cannot touch it, you won't feel it. And if you don't feel it, you won't build it. It's a program. If you don't feel our identity and who we are and the things that we need to achieve and how important it is to educate our children about our history, we not achieve anything, and that has to influence our policies from all levels of government, either national, provincial, or at the local government. Thank you very much.
And it takes my clicker away. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Zah. Thank you very much. And since you spoke about following Mr. Chu to the MBDA from EDTA, you might want to know, don't tell anyone, there's also a board member from New Brighton at MBDA. He's sitting somewhere there, Pravich. So you can connect what you want to connect. Colleagues, we have one more contribution, but as we get her ready, because she's joining us online, Tanwami, via Teams, so I'm going to ask the team to please get her ready online. But while we do that, I want to call up 2 hands maybe. I have a request from Mr. Mini at the back. They would love to make a contribution. The presentation is already. I have noted 2 hands at the back. Let's see how far we go. While we get the next speaker ready, let's get a microphone to Mr. Mini over there, the other Luvuyo, Junior? No, Senior. Thank you, Mr. Mini, your contribution on the presentation so far, and then we'll go back to the gentleman with the hood and the yellow cap.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I just want to acknowledge the chairperson of the board in absentia, because I know that she has just left, and other leaders, other members of the board, also the leadership for the COI and the SEN, and all other leaders that are here, and colleagues. Chair, it's such that I'm more concerned, I'm worried about the mayor that he has already, because there are critical areas that I picked up from his own presentation. But it's such that he's not here now. But I think I want to reflect on that. You see, when you are dealing with the issue or the concept of tourism and heritage, there's no way that you cannot be able to deal with crime. The mayor is leading different directorates that are led by MCs in our coalition government in the metro. We always find a challenge where when you engage with the municipality around the issue of crime, then they start saying the metro police doesn't work the same as SAPS. Now, how are you going to be able to combat crime? Why is it that the municipality cannot be able to implement the relevant bylaw that will make the point that metro police will be working tandem with SAPS? There's this concept of xenophobia that I don't prescribe on, but at the same time, we need to be able to be honest and reflect on challenging issues that are affecting our regime. I wanted to ask the mayor to commit the MMC for safety and security, to try and do the roadblocks around the central area. Whether they can be able to start working with police in dealing with all the negative shenanigans that are happening. The second thing is to go and check in all these bazaar shops, what is it that they are selling? Because these bazaar shops are opening till the early hours of the day. And our people are asleep most after 11, 12. So it clearly shows there's a lot that is being done. What is it that they are doing as safety and security together with police? Those are the critical areas that I identified to address to the mayor. The second, Chair, I'm an adherent of non-racialism. And when once we're dealing with heritage, that differentiation, then there's a problem. Because when you talk of heritage, you talk of tangible and intangible heritage. And we should try by all means to deal with our different approaches and try to focus on social cohesion, nation building. Because what is of paramount importance in terms of the heritage, we are trying by all means to transform the heritage landscape. The other presenter here, I don't want to lament, raises an issue, a controversial issue around Kabeja. The issue of standardization of place names. It's a clear directive, a clear mandate from UNESCO. Hence you find that you've got bodies, even in South Africa, like HNC, PGNC, and all that, that has got to be able to deal with that mandate. There were clear adverts that were sent all over the region around those processes. And if people, they don't care about those adverts and they don't want to participate, we need to sit down and wait for them. We are going to advance with the transformation agenda of this country, whether you like it or not. But it is very important that you participate in the processes so that we can be able to promote our heritage. The last part, Chair, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. I'm Luvuyomini from Baywell Museum. I'm a director there. Baywell is under the Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture in the province. Just 2 weeks back, Chair, we had our strategic planning session of the province, where we said there, we've been meeting and talking of collaborations and all that. We have reached a stage where we want to enforce these collaborations. We have reached a stage where, when you talk of tourism, there should be a clear memorandum of agreement that will be drawn between the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, which is led by the MEC, COCTA, which is led by their own MEC, tourism, which is led by their own MEC, and also education.
Those are the critical departments that have got to see to it that if we want to do this transformation, if we want to be able to do and promote tourism and heritage, they have to be able to sign that memorandum of agreement. So that you don't just send officials to these programs without decisions, without clear terms of reference on how do we want to implement these changes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mini. I'm going to make an executive decision and take one more and bank the other one for after the speaker. If that's okay with you, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. I'm Luxolo Kante from Motherwell Tourism Forum. And I'd like to first start by thanking MPDA for this concept, this Indaba. It's quite important. And just to go straight to the point, Motherwell has recently developed a tour route, a tour experience, which speaks to exactly what Sean are working to earlier. And it speaks to experience, it speaks to culture. Now, the biggest challenge that we face as Motherwell, as obviously safety was always going to be a concern, but we've taken steps as the forum, and we're working with 3 police stations, and SAPS is on board. Even when the assessment was conducted, they were visible to reassure officials they will be monitoring tours. So that's one major issue that we've dealt with. So the other issue, of course, is cleanliness, specifically illegal dumping sites. So that's the only problem that stands before us. Otherwise, we have an experience ready, particularly for the international market. So what we need to talk about, as it has been the theme here, let's talk solutions. That has been the theme. As we talk solutions, let's talk acceleration as well, because we're far behind. So solutions must be action plans with time frames. And that is what we are missing, because now, and another issue is leadership alignment. In other words, if I'm appealing to MPDA to say, please throw your weight behind this, and let's try to accelerate the issue of cleanliness with regard to tour route, the worst thing you can say is to say that's not under your mandate, that's another department. And that is where leadership alignment is missing and is necessary. So that's all I wanted to point out. So leadership alignment and acceleration of action plans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's been very much part of many conversations that have led to this conversation. Have noted the submissions, Mr. Mini and Mhlekazi, and I think as part of the wrap-up later this afternoon, again, I'm sounding like a broken record, we will break away, we will discuss 3 questions, we can add other questions into it, we will come back here, we will report on what each group has proposed as a way forward in terms of action plans. We have one of our colleagues, Doral, who will synthesize all of that. And when we break for lunch at the end of the day, we will have a clear roadmap. And I must emphasize again, there are many role players that need to be involved. The MBDA is one of them. And we have representations there from the city, from province, and others. So that's how we will package it going forward. Are we ready for the guest speaker? Because the lights are hot. I think it's a trick to get you off stage very quickly. There you go. Dr. Noami Rui is an author of a book, and she will be talking to us about space story, making places through stage. Let's see if we can get that coming through. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Am I here? Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Great, thank you very much, colleagues and guests, and thank you so much for the invitation to speak today. It's an honor to be able to participate and contribute to these really important conversations. I have some hard acts to follow, and I know that everyone is waiting on a delayed tea time as well, but hopefully I won't drag on for too much. I've been asked by colleagues at the MBDA to speak today about kind of a set of examples or case studies that speak to some of these ideas that we've been hearing about this morning around urban space, urban transformation, placemaking, and intangible heritage. So I'm going to, let me just share. There we go. All right. Okay, so it looks like that is up. So I'm going to kind of quickly talk through a set of examples. I have 4 case studies, but I won't spend too long on any of them. But just to give a kind of I guess a global snapshot of some really interesting cases and spaces where we can see a lot of these questions about making place through heritage, about the role of the intangible kind of playing out. So I did realize when I was kind of doing a bit of research and putting this talk together that I think, like many of us, I've become much less interested in, in practices around kind of huge monuments and spectacular public buildings, because I think in many ways there's much more productive and much more interesting work that is happening kind of around the small, the everyday, around intangible practice that is kind of entangled with the everyday. So actually what I'm going to talk about today is not monuments or museums or temples or massive heritage sites. I'm going to talk about gardens and about shopping, about eating. And hopefully inspire a bit of thinking around those kinds of practices as heritage practices, and what that means for the built environment and for these processes of regeneration and urban transformation. Okay. So maybe to begin with what I think is what sounds like a really simple question, but I think if we dive into it is actually quite a complicated question, which is this question of, can we draw a line between what is heritage and what is everyday life? And this question comes from a really fantastic book by a writer called Manon Istas, called Living in a World Heritage Site, which is about the UNESCO World Heritage Site of the Fez Medina in Morocco. So I'm going to kind of leave that as an open question or as a thread that we can kind of pull on as we go. But I think, when we're talking about making place in cities, we are talking about everyday life. We're talking about the practices that bring life to a place, to our public spaces, to our streets. And so how do we think about the everyday in terms of heritage and in terms of intangible heritage in cities in particular? So what do I mean when I talk about practice, right? And, in a way, this is what I'm talking about. So this image is from Lagos. And I think this is such a great illustration of what we could think of as the practice of place. So it's things like, what happens in a taxi rank or a bus station in the morning rush hour. It includes things like growing food in community gardens. It includes kind of street life, the everyday things that happen, in the streets. And, and these are all things, they're not formal practices, they're not necessarily things that we think of as heritage. So if we look at this image, what do we see? We see transport, we see movement, we see people selling things, we see people eating, we see a lot of commercial activity, we see very, very dense use of the street as a kind of public space. So do we realize that as heritage? Are we looking at a set of heritage practices here? And I think in many respects we are. These are practices that happen in and around the built environment. So, the way that spaces are designed, and also the way that space is managed. So, talking about kind of regulations and public space management and that kind of thing, can very powerfully either enable particular practices to happen or can constrain them. And so that's something that I think will come through in some of the examples that I'm going to look at. But the point is that, if we're talking about heritage-based placemaking, places acquire kind of layers of meaning and memory, right? So no space has only one use or one meaning. Places are full of stories. Places are shaped by the lived experience of what happens in those spaces. And so I do think that sometimes, particularly in kind of urban development work or urban management, there is sometimes this desire to kind of tidy up, to sort of square away the messy edges, to look at a site like this and go, oh no, but there should be, a space for cars and a space for pedestrians and a space for shopping, and to sort of want to tidy the mess. But the reality of human experience and experiences of space is that it is often messy, and also that there's a lot that happens that is not immediately visible. There's a lot going on in this image that is not immediately visible. And so these are all things that I think, we need to, I need to keep in mind, and having the discussions this afternoon, keep in mind as well. And then there's the additional layer of tourism, which is not my specific area of expertise, but that is very closely related to questions around heritage and placemaking, of course, and that is such a powerful economic driver, and kind of an extremely useful sphere to tap into in that way. But of course, as we know, there are also risks associated with tourism. One of those risks is the desire to tidy up, to make things legible or consumable in a particular way, which is not a bad thing in and of itself, but that does change the way that space is experienced, that does change practices. This is, I guess, a kind of a silly illustration. So having said I wasn't going to talk about monuments, this is a monument. This is the temple of Angkor Wat in Siem Reap in Cambodia. And this is the photograph that everyone comes home from Siem Reap with. This is Angkor Wat at sunrise. And the way that one takes that photo is you get taken out to the temple at about 4:30 in the morning, and you pitch a little place next to the water, and then you wait for the sunrise. And if you look a little bit to your right, that is what you are standing in to take that. So just something to think about in terms of when we are engaging in placemaking through tourism, which direction are we facing in? Are we facing inwards towards that space of everyday practice, lived experience, the kind of small, invisible aspects of intangible heritage practice, or are we facing outwards to, towards a kind of an audience of visitors, or towards the needs of kind of regional marketing and city branding and so on. So yeah, also just a thread to kind of keep in mind. So with that kind of framing and those ideas in mind, I'm going to run quite quickly through, so 4 examples. None of them are from Rebecca, but we have had a lot of really interesting discussion this morning about Nelson Mandela Bay and the potential and the kinds of spaces that are that have been unlocked and that are waiting to be unlocked through placemaking in this way. So yeah, we're going to go on a little journey. I'm very sorry that 2 of my examples are from Cape Town. I feel like I can get away with it because I'm actually originally from Joburg, so I hope you will forgive me for that. And we're going to spend a bit of time in Turkey and a bit of time in Singapore as well. So let's begin with a story about gardens and gardening, which is also a story about eating things and about selling things. Sorry, I have some things popping up on the screen. Can I keep going? Okay, so this image is it's a market garden, so a kind of small urban farming collective where vegetables and fruit are grown for sale. It's called the Yedikul Bostanlari. So Bostanlari is just the plural for a garden, a market garden. And this is in Istanbul in Turkey. And it's a very, very contested site in ways that I think are really illuminating and interesting and useful to think about. So these gardens, the practice of gardening in this place has existed for about 1,500 years, which is more or less the same age as the city walls. So you can kind of see the city walls. I don't know if you can see my pointer in the middle and over here. And these are the ancient walls of the city of Constantinople, very important heritage site. They have been listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. But so the walls and the gardens, the history of the wall and the garden and the practice of gardening are completely entangled, right? They're old as each other. That's just an image of the walls. Yeah, so the gardens they're tended to by small-scale urban farmers. They supply fresh produce to the city of Istanbul and surrounds. Many of the gardeners who work in the gardens it is an intergenerational practice. So it's both a practice of gardening and a practice of selling. So this image is one of the gardeners kind of calling to customers with the spring onions. So there's a whole set of practices around the gardens that are intergenerational, that are transmitted generationally. So, not only are the gardens a heritage place, but the practices that take place in the gardens are a heritage practice. In my reading around this, I came across this idea of the soil as an archive, which I think is so powerful and so interesting to think about in a South African context as well. What does it mean to say that soil or the earth or the land is an archive? I've included this image of this is lettuce that comes specifically from these gardens. It's called Yedikul lettuce. And it's an heirloom. It's a very specific kind of heirloom lettuce that's become, so now there's a lettuce festival, and it's part of a sort of slow food movement. And part of why that has been harnessed in that way is because the gardens are under threat from not just developed, a threat from conservation processes linked to the walls. So this is a very powerful image from around 2015, 2016, but there have been cycles of threat to the gardens. The gardeners also have sheds that contain seeds and equipment. So there have been these cycles of threat to the gardens, in which, because the gardens they're not kind of really recognized in any way as a heritage space or heritage practice. The gardeners are, in sort of official terms by the city government, are viewed as occupiers or as squatters on public land. So there's no title deed of the gardens. And then there's also this anxiety about the conservation, the physical conservation of the walls. And the kind of, so when you declare a UNESCO World Heritage Site, there's meant to be a buffer where certain activities are not supposed to take place. And yet, the gardens and the walls are as old as each other and have kind of existed. There's 1,500 years of this kind of entangled DNA of these places. There was a lot of very fierce resistance to this process that was being undertaken kind of in the name of conservation or urban renewal. In the end, about 60 of the storage sheds were demolished. The gardens themselves are still in place and are still practicing, but there will be new, this will arise again. It is a constant kind of push and pull. I think this, you look at this image and I think, I don't think any of us in this room kind of look at this image and go, yeah, that's great. That's really great that's happening there. I think we're all kind of, I think more in agreement that this is a very heavy-handed kind of approach. But to me, it is a kind of warning, I think, about what happens when we don't recognize the way that the built environment and the practices in the built environment shape each other and make each other. So to destroy the gardens, to me, in my view, is to destroy the walls, even if it's undertaken as part of a kind of conservation process. So it's a call to, I think, understand spatial practice as a system, and to pay attention to what is already happening in a space. Sometimes I think you also don't have to go and make the heritage, or make the thing happen. There's a lot of, there are often very deeply rooted practices that are already happening in a space. So how do we kind of enable or contain those rather than disable them or constrain them? So still on the idea of gardening, farmland, I'm going to quickly talk about, so this is a case study from Cape Town, and this is the land restitution project in Protea Village, which you may have seen bits and pieces around this in the news recently. Is a land restitution project a heritage project? In some ways, yes. And also, I think, and this is kind of a slightly more hopeful project, in a way that, I think it's good to kind of take inspiration from sort of sites where things are working and are working out as they should. So Protea Village was a community in the area that is now Bishop's Court in Cape Town. If you know Cape Town, you will know that Bishop's Court and its neighbour Constella are very wealthy areas. If you have sort of 10 million rand plus to buy a house, you can go and do it there. Very green, very leafy. And also places of extremely painful and brutal forced removals in the 1960s under the Group Areas Act. So a story that is kind of familiar to all of us. So Protea Village, this quote is just from someone, this is from the Restitution Project's website. It's a quote from someone talking about the practice of gardening as something that people took from Protea Village into the Cape Flats, into the places they were removed to, and kind of on a much smaller scale, but sort of continued these practices of growing things. Which is also, I think, an interesting kind of example of how the intangible and how practices persist, often against really powerful odds. Also in ways that are not always very easily visible, right? So this is an image of Protea Village in about 1870. It was originally founded by former enslaved people from farms nearby. So following emancipation in 1838, so Protea Village was kind of founded on this farmland, had a very strong sense of autonomy and identity. You are familiar with Kirstenbosch Gardens. Kirstenbosch It's very close to where Protea Village is or was. It was founded in 1913, and a lot of the residents of Protea Village also intergenerationally worked at Kirstenbosch as botanists, as gardeners. So very strong connection there to making that part of the city. But so in 1957, the village was declared a white group area, along with the rest of Bishop's Court and Constantia and many other parts of the city. Residents were forcibly moved, mostly to the Cape Flats, and the village was demolished. This next image, just waiting for it to come up. So this is sort of more or less what it looks like now. It's an arboretum. It's very beautiful. People walk their dogs there. But I think this is such a powerful quote. You know, what most do not realize is that the seemingly pristine and untouched natural space holds a painful history. You know, so when we talk, I think especially in South African cities, about what is visible and what is invisible, you know, a lot of our landscapes, our land, also have these histories of pain and dispossession that you can't always see because they've been erased, right? So yeah, it's also something to kind of keep in mind, I think. So yeah, just quickly, the Protea Village community lodged a land claim in 1995 that was successful. 46 families opted for financial compensation, but 86 families chose to return to the land. And so there's been since then a very, very long process of kind of granting the land claim, transferring the land. In 2006, the community was granted 2 large urban on the banks of the Lisbeth River. Those urban have been handed over, and what they have kind of negotiated is a development plan, which will come up in a second, where the idea is that so the land will kind of be subdivided into plots. The larger plots will be sold at market rates, and what that will enable is the building of homes for the return of the 86 families who have been waiting since 1995. Well, since 1957, actually, to come back. So, yeah, there's a whole long story about court and planning approvals. I'm not going to get into that now, but basically the community is kind of on the verge of breaking ground on this plan. And, you know, if you go online, you look at the renders, and I mean, it's a very beautiful, well-considered kind of urban design plan. And it's also, I think, a very powerful story about restitution. I mean, it's always, as always, these stories are also about the inadequacy of restitution, because how can you really do restitution for, you know, 50 years of loss? But I think as these processes go, this is quite a hopeful and quite a powerful story. This is not really, this is not a project that has anything to do with tourism or even really with urban renewal in the sense we normally use it. But I think it's important to acknowledge that we can't really talk about heritage and placemaking in South Africa, in South African cities, without in some way talking about restitution and redress, and without talking about land. That's kind of the one side of that example. And the other is this idea of this carrying of gardens, the small, very everyday practice that becomes kind of an act of resistance against forgetting. This idea of the soil as archive. Okay, I'm gonna move on. So I'm gonna zip through these quite quickly because I know we are a little bit over time. But again, just to drop a little bit of, inspiration or thinking. Move on to markets and shopping. So another really interesting example of this entanglement between the city, the built environment, public space, and intangible heritage practice that is not recognized as intangible practice. This is the Wednesday and Saturday market on the Grand Parade. If you're familiar with Cape Town, many people who grew up in Cape Town or visited as children have very strong memories of visiting the Wednesday and Saturday market. It is a market that sells everything, pots, secondhand things, clothes, toys, books, buttons, ribbons, really whatever. It's not at all a tourist market, or it's not a tourist-oriented market, let me put it that way. And what is often not, so I had a student who did some really interesting research into this and discovered that in some way a market or a place of trading or auctioning has existed on the Grand Parade. Similarly to that story about the Istanbul walls, those practices have existed in the space for as long as it has been kind of part of the formal built environment of Cape Town. So this is a 350-year-old practice. And you can kind of, you can get a sense of how the space of the Grand Parade has kind of been shaped by and has shaped the market. I'm just quickly taking a look at, so this is a map, an 18th century map of Cape Town. Something I find really interesting is how clear it is that, so these are canals. So this would have been a stream coming off the mountain that was kind of canalized here. Those are also canals, and then this is kind of a little stream with a footbridge going over it. So these canals, of course, now are all roads. But what you realize looking at this is how the shape of the parade, if I go back to the previous image, the edges of that square have been shaped by the memory of water. So very closely related to the colonial settlement of Cape Town, to the earliest sort of built structures in Cape Town, and to the shaping of the city itself. Just skipping through, this is a photograph of that market in about 1940, and you can see how large and how busy it was. It's also very closely linked to kind of 20th century histories of the city. So the story of the market is very closely linked to the story of District 6. The market really declined kind of in popularity and use after the forced removals from District 6 in the 1960s. And in fact, so my student, Wendy Wilson, did this research, interviewed a pair of sisters who also, lots of intergenerational trading where a stall will be passed down, from parents to children to grandchildren. And there's a pair of sisters who trade on the market who are from District 6. They're in their 80s. And the table that is their market is made out of the ceiling boards of their house in District 6. That their father kind of salvaged after the demolitions, which is, it's such a powerful kind of story about this connection that, again, is not visible. It's not like an obvious thing when you visit the parade, when you visit the market. So, and again, there's a story around the market and the way that it is managed, because it's managed by the city of Cape Town as like a place of trade. It's not managed as heritage. What is managed as heritage is the Grand Parade itself, and the buildings around it, so City Hall, and some of the other historic buildings. Because that is kind of the historic built environment, there's kind of, a small example is that, the traders have been asking to put down hooks in the ground to kind of hold down the gazebo in the wind. But that can't happen because the parade is, it's like a declared heritage site. And yet the markets, the heritage of the markets and the heritage of the parade are not, you can't really separate them from each other. So again, there's a question here for me about, how does the way we think about urban heritage and placemaking, how do we think about it in a way that enables what is happening? And something that is not recognized as a heritage, this is intangible heritage, but that absolutely is. And that can't be separated from the history of the place itself. Okay. Okay, and this is just an image of Green Market Square, just to sort of touch on the tourism aspects again, which is a market that also was a kind of secondhand knick-knack market, books, jewelry. If you were in Cape Town in the 90s, you would probably sort of remember that. And that is now kind of a almost entirely tourist-facing market. And in a way, for me, this is a bit of a cautionary tale as well. And it's also related to that question of, when you do tourism-oriented development, in which direction are you facing? Are you replacing something that is already happening? And kind of what are the implications of creating an almost entirely tourist-facing space that used to function in a different way? Okay, and then, sorry, I think I'm probably going over time. I'm not really keeping track. Someone's welcome to interrupt me and stop me. But this is just the last example that I want to talk about very quickly. This is in Singapore. And this is really interesting. So this is what they call hawker culture and culinary practices was inscribed on UNESCO's Intangible Heritage Safeguarding List in 2020. I think something to note as well is that South Africa is not a signatory to the Intangible Heritage Convention. And I don't want to get too distracted by that, but it is something to think about, in terms of how does that shape how we work with intangible heritage, given that, we don't really have, I think partly because we're not signatories to the convention, we don't have a very robust system for protecting and recognizing intangible heritage. Not that UNESCO is the only or even the best way to protect intangible heritage, but just something to note. And so the reason I find this really interesting is this is a 20th century, very urban, very modern practice that has been, so when we think about sort of UNESCO and UNESCO's idea about intangible heritage, you kind of think of like ancient rituals and religious rituals, or like very old food practice, which this actually is a very food practice, just in different forms. And it's quite unusual to see a kind of very modern, very urban practices being listed in this way. So where these hawker centers come from, so it's food, it's basically food hawkers, food stalls collected in a big building under a roof with these kind of communal dining tables in the center. They're very popular. You can get, very good food for very cheap. This is the kind of practice that was replaced by the hawker center. And this is interesting because those centers were actually built in the 60s and 70s under this kind of umbrella of like public health and cleaning up the streets. And, Singapore is a very, very highly regulated city. So it was kind of a way to regulate a very old practice, a very fluid, mobile, street-based practice, and kind of turn it into something else that has now been recognized in this very high-level official way as heritage. This is one of the hawker centers from the outside. So when I say it's an urban practice, this is kind of what you're looking at. And then again, just sort of touching on the tourist aspect, this is a screenshot from some Australian tourism website. I thought this was so interesting because these are not spaces that are at all, they're not made for tourism. They are kind of marketed as part of what you do if you go to Singapore, but if no tourists ever went there, the hawker centers would still exist, right? So kind of what is the attraction here? Okay, it's less than 5, so it's cheap. It's really good food, this idea it's authentic street eat, participating in, I guess, in the rituals of everyday life as a tourist. And that is, that's kind of packaged and sold in quite an interesting way. Actually, sorry, it's very clear. If you go back to this photo, I realized that I didn't see at first glance, this is actually a tour bus at the bottom corner. But yeah, so again, I think the call here is how does one recognize what is already happening and how do you enable it in a way that doesn't over-regulate or destroy or kind of take it so far from its origins that it stops being really part of everyday life, that you take it out of the realm of everyday life into heritage in a kind of destructive way. So I'm going to end there. Just so I don't get accused of a complete Cape Town bias, this is my market in Johannesburg, so there you go. And just to maybe leave us with a few key questions, we don't have to talk about these right now, but just as perhaps things to take into the discussions this afternoon. So this question of what is already happening that could be enabled rather than constrained. What do we recognize as heritage and what do we not, and why is that? What aspects of everyday life are heritage? This idea of the entanglement of the built environment and intangible practices and memory. In some ways, I guess the built environment is much easier to regulate than the messy practices and memories and stories. But if you remove one element, you destroy the other, right? So how do we negotiate that? What is visible and what might be invisible? And I think what are the risks of making tourism a driver for heritage-based development? And I think there are many benefits to tourism and to developing a tourist economy. I think it's certainly something we need, and it can be very powerful. But I think to be aware of some of the risks as well of kind of over-packaging, overconsumption. So I'm going to end there. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to take questions or to open for discussion. And my email is there if anyone wants to get in touch, for anything that we don't have time to talk about today. Thank you very much. I'm going to leave it there.
Wow, thank you, Dr. Naomi. Thank you very much, Naomi Roo. I felt engaged and felt challenged with the questions that came through. A lot of insights that were shared there about how do we enhance what we have. Why must we, we don't need a table mountain, but what is our table mountain? And we often look elsewhere for to build more and more. We have that we can enhance as a city. Those are the questions that we need answered, Dr. Roo, later on in this conversation. Thank you very much. We appreciate, and we'll touch base with you again. Let's give it one last. Very mindful of time. We have, shot through our tea break. So here's the plan going forward. We have rooms for engagement. This one. There is a studio on my left, so you need to get out onto the left, a long studio. There is an L-shaped room on the other end. There you'll see Route 67 beadwork. We have 3 facilitators that will be taking us through the key questions. What are you currently doing, or what are you currently focused on in heritage and tourism? It's about sharing. What plans do you have for the future in what you do? What support do you need to achieve your current future and plans in what you do? So the conversation is about what are we doing? How can we enhance it? I think goes back to some of the key questions the doctor raised. What can we do with what we have? And how can we collaborate? How can we assist you? And how can you assist the other person? Those are the 3 rough questions that are put down for conversation in the next hour. It's in the room next door, and at the corner room. I want to see the facilitators. One is Oyama Vanto. Where are you? Please come so I can see you. I want to see you. There we go. Oyama, Mr. Msizi is another facilitator, and Debbie Hendricks. Where's Debbie? Debbie at the back. So these 3 facilitators, I think Debbie is claiming this room already. Yeah, it's her place. Okay. So the questions we're going to deal with are exactly the same in each room. So you don't need to worry that you'll miss a conversation. When they come back, they will decide as a group how to package their feedback for all of us in here. So they may choose nominate a speaker or a note taker, etc. They'll craft their rules. But what we will have after lunch or before lunch is that we will have a synopsis of and synthesize all of what's come back and try as best we can in the time available to create an action plan about what has come through from those commissions. Are we good? All right. So bear with me. You got to grab tea and coffee and whatever you need on your way to your commissions. Is that correct? Is that good? Because we don't have more time. I'm kindly asking. Let's grab what we need to grab into the rooms that we've chosen, and we will have an hour. So the time right now is 12:10. We have to have lunch at 1. Is anyone against that? Lunch at 1. Okay, that's the goal, lunch at 1. So we must come back here. Is that correct, Ovi? Oh, am I breaking the rules? I think I've gone off tangent. I'll be brought back in line just now. Okay. 3 rooms, grab what you need. We are back here at 1, that's 50 minutes. Yes, Debbie?
LB, have we divided people up into the 3 groups? Because we don't want 2 in one group and 15 in another group.
All right, this is to be voluntary, but I can draw lines here.
Okay.
Is that what it's needed? Okay? All right, so you're lucky day. The people in front here, the first, call it 4 rows, you may remain. Okay, this is your room. From the middle to the left, middle to the right, you split into the 2 rooms. Okay, so after the 4 rows, middle, left, L shape, long room, studio. Top right corner, corner room on the other side. Okay, let's go. Grab some tea, grab some coffee, someone. We are back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. 1, 2, 1, 2. Long day. We are at the mercy of the people outside to get us going and to eventually replenish, if that means anything. So if those people close towards the end at the back there can encourage our friends outside to come in, that would be great. Thank you. And for those who don't yet have a green jersey for Saturday, I know someone who knows someone that's selling. Price is quite high right now. Yeah, those things, very expensive. Done, Erene, whichever you are. No, that's not. Where are you? Where's your brother? There you go. Okay, if you guys are here, all good. Colleagues, thank you. Thank you very much. We're about to start. This is the most exciting part of the program. As part of the earlier program this morning, we heard from separate speakers who spoke on separate items or specific issues that relate to heritage and tourism. We heard from Mr. Msizi, who spoke about the possibility of an inner city heritage route. We heard from Sean about the importance of building unique experiences and being globally orientated around tourism, and really looking at ways and means to enhance what we've got. We heard from Dr. Noami Ru. Was quite an engaging presentation conceptually on how what you have can be your unique selling proposition, but also the dangers of over touristy developments that can hamper heritage assets. We heard from Graham. He spoke about the potential, the immense potential we have in the city around marine tourism, or the marine side of our heritage. So we also had speakers from the floor who made some contributions. We had Honorable Mayor who cheered us on. Looking forward to the outcomes of this conversation. We're from CEO that things are moving, that the MBDA is not the only player. It cannot hog the pace of development. We need to be collaborative and more inclusive. And some programs going to let them go, in that we're going to look for partnerships for it to make sense. And also without losing our focus on the inner cities around our cleaning programs, etc. Those are key. We heard about the importance of keeping it clean and safe. I think that permeated throughout the entire session in the morning. However, I didn't have the privilege to sit in the groups because I was saving myself to hear from the groups, which is right now. So how we're going to work this is we're going to call up each of the groups to give us a highlight report from what they've discussed. We will open up the floor for 1 or 2 hands to engage with that, and then we'll call up the next one. We recognize that a lot has been discussed, and we will not do it justice to synthesize it all within half an hour. So my colleague, Dr. Sapere, is going to talk us through the process we're going to take to make sure that everything that's coming here is filtered, is coordinated, and there's a plan at the end of the day. Well, not this day. There's a plan at the end of the day. And then the CEO is going to give us the final word in terms of this commitment and where to next. And that will be then lunch. So I mentioned lunch last because all of this, the lunch depends on how long we take on all of this. You with me? Okay, so let's work together on this. So without being randomly pick one, we'll start with the group that was here. Debbie Hendricks group. I believe they have chosen a leader to speak on their behalf. Dr. Gary Kukemur, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, Gary. I'll take my brandy.
It's bright up here. Folks, let me just be clear. They didn't choose a leader. They just chose a speaker on behalf of the group. And so none of these are my ideas. This is everything that has come from the group. I can own nothing of this. But if there's a bad idea here, it's mine. So, okay. So what I've done is we had extensive notes, and I've just consolidated it down under three themes. The first is the challenges we face. The second is the opportunities we face. And then the purpose of why we're here, what are the solutions that people were thinking about? So in terms of the challenges, I think very obvious that crime and grime, which combine to a perception of safety in the city, whether that's linked to reality or not, is one of the key issues facing tourism in the city at this point in time. So I think that that's a very obvious one and been in the press a large amount. Then there's this key idea about marketing positioning. We don't have an identity as a city. Are we the windy city, the friendly city, the armpit of South Africa, the best little city in the world? What are we? Other cities have pinned that down. We possibly haven't got there yet. Then there's the challenge of accessing information. Getting information about what products are there, where you can go, and that there aren't signposts for people that come to the city in the sense of here's a point that you can go and you will find out information about what you can do. So a lot of people that come from outside the city have said to us, we didn't know where to go. How do we find out things? Then I think one of the other key issues is this operation within silos. Operation within cliques, operation within groups that we close and you don't allow entry for people outside of that, and we're not collaborating across those silos. Then a very obvious issue for a lot of tourism operators is the churn of leadership within the city, both at an administrative level and a political level. So you will agree to something with a person, and then 6 months later, there's a new person, and you have to restart that entire process. Then there's a whole aspect around inertia, that we have a lot of ideas, but we're never able to implement them. We're pulling in different directions. There's also an issue about funding. There is funding available, but we don't actually utilize that funding necessarily in terms of design products. And one of the key issues is that we are geared currently for small group tourism. We're not geared for large groups. So we don't have a scalability of our products. So if we can deal with groups of 10, we can't deal with groups of 1,000. So those are our challenges. Where are our opportunities? Our opportunities, very clearly, there's a strong message that it lies in authentic cultural experiences. And the authentic is a key emphasis, is that it isn't the plastic, glossy experience. It is an actual authentic meeting real people, eating real food, going into real homes. And particularly, we come out of a history where certain cultures have been mainstreamed and other cultures have been put to the side. And those are particularly the Khoisan culture, or the Khoi and San, and then the Xhosa culture. Those need further boosting. There's the real possibility there that we're overlooking in terms of the city. And then obviously we have we're a 5 biome city. I don't know if everyone knows, Cape Town has 2 biomes. We have 5. That's unique globally. We're in a very privileged position. And then we have wildlife, both terrestrial and sea, in terms of, so you'll see in the whales, we have elephants on our doorstep. And we have animals actually within the city too. And And I don't mean my neighbor next door as the animal. The sport is a real opportunity for us, both in terms of the traditional sports that we don't see a lot of emphasis around, but also the other sports like chess. So Mike, for instance, has a very good initiative running around chess in the townships. Youth and citizens are both an opportunity for us as ambassadors, also because they know the city best. So that's a real opportunity for us. Cuisine is an opportunity, and particularly traditional cuisine, not just hamburgers or pizza, both of which are not our cuisine. What is our cuisine? You know? And then there's a real opportunity around liberation tourism products. We're not emphasizing enough. Well, we have this rich heritage in terms of liberation and that period, and we're not offering enough opportunities there. Okay, so those were the challenges and opportunities. Then solutions. So one of the big key items that came out is coordination, and particularly coordination between SRAC, MBDA, EDTA, and Discover Nelson Mandela Bay, or Discover Mandela Bay. Those four are seen as key role players, and there needs to be better coordination amongst them. Then the Green Flag Trails, which is a product that's just been launched this last week. That's a great solution for us, and there's further opportunities for us in reserves. One of the key things that came out too is the idea of creating safe zones in the city, or safe nodes, which have multiple activities. And one of the key ones that was mentioned is coming out of the harbour into the lower Barkens. The appeal is not there for a tourist getting off a cruise ship. If you think of when we come into the city, what you see first is a graveyard and a jail. That's perhaps not what you want to be advertising to, or Parpenkells, the sewage flowing into the Parpenkells. You know, so those are some, but there's a real potential there to revitalize that area, create a natural wetland, etc., etc. Then product development, that's a key issue. There's a lot of, the product has to actually be developed. We have to see tourism as a product that links between various offerings. And then the idea of a calendar of key events. And the emphasis there is that we choose an event to focus on over a period of time. So there are lots of things that are happening, but maybe the city needs to coordinate or align around one key event a month. And that's what you then use, and they could be different mixed ones. Then the very strong thing came out about, in terms of the leadership churn and the political nature of the city, is that we need a pressure group that starts saying to leadership, here we are, we want to engage with you, we want you to start doing the things that you promised that you would do. You know, and how we put that pressure group together, there's a challenge there. Then the sharing of database. Nelson Mandela Municipality has an extensive database of existing products, but it's not well known to others in the room, and there's opportunity there to share that, as is the mapping of existing product across the city. I think one of the key opportunities for us to do is just make everyone aware of what already is in existence, because we tend to be very parochial in terms of how we approach it. The idea of local communities to safeguard tourism nodes, so whether it is unemployed people in certain areas or the guard that is just down the road here, and then also the idea of a skunk works. Skunk Works is this small group of people that sort of brainstorm around particular ideas. So creating small groups that will focus on particular products and work that. City entry points, we've said that. And then a key thing that's not often spoken about is the payment of operators' cash flow. Very often your operators are at a very tight cash flow place, and your big service providers or whatever, that cash can make or break a thing. I think in closing then, is just to sum it all up, is that and that's my interpretation for blaming for the bad idea, is that we don't lack for ideas in our city or products. What we lack is implementation. And our greatest obstacle to that is our inability to collaborate, our fixedness in our groups. But we have this fantastic mixed heritage available to us in the city. We are the melting pot of biomes and marine and particularly people. And we're we haven't learned how to use it to our advantage. Thank you, everyone. That's it from our group.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you very much. I think we'll take the next one and then we'll do some responses later on. Oyama or Mr. Msizi, who's ready between you two? You ready? Okay. Oyama's group will come up. Thank you.
Good day. Oyama's group emphasized that the group must be represented by a lady, and that's the reason I'm here. Our discussion started with clearing the issue that heritage and tourism are interlinked. One cannot mention one without another. And then our engagements ended up being outlined into 3 topics. First being, we introduced ourselves, pointing out our point of interest in tourism and heritage. We then identified the problem statement, then discussed the solutions. I'll take you through that discussion. When we're introducing ourselves, we identified the following points or interests in heritage. That is railways and heritage, marine heritage, food heritage, public relations in marketing heritage and tourism, heritage sports, particularly in schools, developing infrastructure for art and culture tourism in townships so that they can be in par with inner city activities, heritage and fashion design, tour routes and experience in townships, beadwork, and craft art interpretation. May I, at this instance, please ask Umama Toto Mbacha, who's a specialist in beadwork, craft and arts interpretation. She's going private in that business. She's a bead designer and the interpretation thereof. So, kasitwele iqhiya zine beads or amaqhosha, beads or the buttons. She would interpret which color you should be wearing as a person and what does it mean. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll be taken away by that because I was so interested in it, right? Then after we moved to the problem statement, where we identify lack of constructive collaborations, in that there are no communication forums for networking. We also identified that there's no access, or rather there is gatekeeping for heritage practitioners and people who are in heritage business to have collaborations with the government. The other issue was lack of funding to private heritage practitioners or as relating to sponsor that the government should be providing to the private providers. The last issue we identified was accountability, and when we tried to unpack that concept, it relates to that government does not have clearly defined roles as to how they should be assisting the heritage practitioners. Those were the issues that we identified as problem issues from the field. The third issue that we attended to related to the solutions to our problems, which we identified as follows. That there need to be a qualitative administrative, such as a portal or a platform for networking and collaborations, and such collaborations should be outcome-based. We also suggested that there has to be strategic investments as relating to infrastructure and skills development. Continuous engagements with a Mandela Bay Development Agency was an issue that was emphasized, that the MBDA should have continuous engagements with the communities that are involved in heritage. We also suggested that there must be profiling interest forums that relating to identifying who does what and what are their needs and interests. The ownership of heritage by communities was emphasized that in heritage endeavors that involve government, communities should be the beneficiaries as well. And the last issue that we pointed out was issue of cultural cohesion. That is tolerance of each and every culture and accommodation of everyone in the heritage and tourism space. Thank you so much.
That's fine. No problem. Thank you very much. Let's give that group a round of applause. I think I walked into that room and they were intensely engaging and I enjoyed it. In fact, when I walked in, one of the participants says, just being here, he's discovered some solutions to the problems that he had when he walked in. So I guess we've achieved something today. The last group, Mr. Msizi and your crew, and then we will get to pulling it together.
Thank you very much. Stay next to me. Okay. Good day, everybody. Actually, in our group, we were really a bit challenged. I was a facilitator in the group, but I did forward it up. That is, we need a scribe from the group, and we also need somebody that will share for us. And we went in length on that one. Difficult to find a scribe. At the end, we find a scribe, and also after that, he had to rush somewhere else. The other one had to take on. So, but of course, because as a facilitator, I thought myself, okay, there are no reasons for anything. We just did agree that is, I'm going to come because one member was forcing me that you present. So but then I said to my guys that please, I'm going to present, but help me if I see anything's wrong. If you see anything wrong, no? You know, my group was a bit more active, like more and also more on the ground level. There were not much more like dignified people. There were just one or two few of them. So it was more like more like of a township like. So in a way, my presentation is more like in a township like style. So you won't really get fancy with its action and everything like that. Thank you very much. Look now, you know, you can come next. Thank you, comrade. There's another comrade coming. Yeah, thanks a lot. Ne? You know, as it was facilitated, many organizations said what they want in their own thing, and then we had it in. But together, actually, we just identified just two things: challenges and solutions. And quickly, the challenges that we're really identifying was the isolation. Most of things are happening, but in an isolation space, and many of them are not recognized. And also the interference, much part of the council leadership. There's a lot of things that's supposed to be done by the people or officials, but it's bogged down between the council leadership, things like that. And then the lack of platforms of participation. So those things are done at the municipal level. People are finding out how you get involved, everything. So it's just done. It's no spaces for that. And most of the engagements like this are happening here in town. Less are happening in the township. If there's another things calls again, it's mainly going to happen here. I probably know that is there are few things which are taking place in some areas. And then also the other thing was also a lack of emphasis of environment heritage, especially like there was something like that is like in the bad environment, lack of trees yields in crime. People don't notice that. And how trees are finishing in these townships and how now the township becomes Diermakar, things like that, you know. So that was a thing, everything. But quickly on solutions, the groups were very much stronger. That is, there has to be a promotion of collaborations, even maybe even incentivizing operation that people must learn and show that it's important to work together, and there's an incentive for that. And also sustaining the programs. Like most people feel that most of programs they do lack support, and then good idea, good dreams, and then dies in the way. And then, of course, and also the packaging of heritage and tourism products. Here, they also mentioned that is many of the things which people package themselves in the township and were selling them, and there were a lot of visitors. This thing now take a lot of things to town and everything, close a lot of things, and even lesser visitors to buy those. For example, people are doing business there, but tourists don't need to come there because they can find out. And then a solution, and there was other issue of saying legislation must be implemented. There are a lot of legislation there which are set, like your Heritage Act, your Tourism Act, even coming from national, and then you don't know what's happening. They get bogged down in the province, and also in the local. It does not work like that. So I feel this project also could be, because I know one of the things which was suggested was to really discuss heritage or legislation that governs heritage in South Africa and how it becomes practically implemented by the people. I'm hoping I'm saying that. And then the solution was that continuous engagement. So there was a thing to say that when government calls the people to engage with them, it must not be only on the basis of maybe they want to be seen or there was an important thing. It must know that whatever they did, it important. So they need to continue to do that, to make the fire burning like that. So my group was expecting that not long from now, there will be another engagement somewhere attacking another thing, then therefore things grow up like that. And then the other thing which we're mentioning, for example, they were identified, that is there are no sort of tourism strategies that are seen. Of course, even the heritage strategies. So they said that this must be developed because it's a very challenging. That is, people are doing programs and other things, but it's not. You don't know where does it go within the city itself. So the strategy must be developed and must be seen that it is there. Heritage strategy must be there that is seen. And then there was another issue to say that is also the research must be promoted. I think I cannot say any further than this. If things are going to be engaged on, it must be properly engaged on. And then the last point was that is there must be a promotion of heritage at school level. Even make it intercultural. Because there's a tendency that is when you describe heritage, is only a closer thing. Even there at X-Model C schools, when people are doing heritage, they're expected to do closer things. But it must be allowed to be intercultural. We have to see the Dutch, if there are Dutch there, there must happen English there, so that it could be like that. Therefore, it grows being guided, something like that. You can help me, my comrade, if I'm done, because I think I'm done.
Thank you. I'm a township boy. I'm a township man. I'm an active citizen. I thank very much to get this opportunity to add more from what our partner in discussion has actually articulated here. It was clear. Nothing goes aside from what we've already discussed. But what was a major thing is that all these programs and projects we have on heritage tourism in Indaba must be felt in pulse from the grassroots level as a development, because the development without the people is nothing to go and to grow. So therefore, it needs to be actually revisiting the policy based on public participation. That's what we emphasized on it. That from time to time, the departments must not lead their jackets. They must always be working in relationships at all material times with the grassroots level. I should think that's what was added from there. Nothing else. I cannot add anything. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I really didn't know I was going to do this. Anyway, my name is Sigam Zananda. I'm just going to keep it very short. Obviously, my group had an overt level of energy, as you can tell. but I think that's the great part. Just to brunch the last bit of things, I think I can't remember her name, but she's from the Art Museum. Yes, Emma. She raised quite a vital point, which everyone else agreed with, and I think you'll agree with us too. We need to get some sort of links between our organizations. There were many organizations in our room, and we realized that one could work with the other possibly on this one plan. So we're all going to MBDA and these other organizations with all these different projects, great ideas at that, but we could have saved so much more time and so much more money if we just combined a couple of them. You know, there's no need for us to be so all over the place. There was a lady who was speaking on beadwork. I can't remember the names, I apologize. But there was a lady who was doing beadworks, and I had said we need to do school, we need to start an extracurricular cultural activity in schools. I won't go into depth about that, but that lady does beadwork. She could have been involved with that same project, whereas she's the one teaching the beadwork. She's the one spreading her organization through students. These things all link somehow, or even if they don't link, we're creatives. We've got an entrepreneurial mindset. We can sit down and collaborate and think of ways of linking these projects. Whether they link or not, we can get this thing together. So collaboration was a main point for us, and I think that I brushed everything up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. No, bro, I am tall. I'm not. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're at the tail end. And when we opened this morning, we said, we know that some of what we're going to get from today is probably not within the MBDA scope. But we will make sure that what we receive gets to where it needs to go, and we'll follow it. But we also know that it was impossible for us to have a conversation about heritage and tourism around the little area that the MBDA has some sense of control and not the rest of the city. So what has come through is what we expected, and we have to have a process in place to make sure that what has been deposited here finds a home somewhere, it's followed through. So without going into that space, we did task one of our colleagues to listen in, to do a little bit of synthesizing of what's coming through. As we said, we're not going to do it justice by summarizing everything that you've said today, but Dorel Sapere, the urban planner at the MBDA, will attempt to give us a way forward, and then the CEO will come afterwards. Dorel Sapere, let's give her a hand.
Thank you, Lou. The operative word is I'll attempt, because I've been writing furiously for what's been 3 hours, and I don't think we have time to go through all of that. So thank you, everyone, for the energy today. It is just so inspiring to see that we are all in a room, and that in each of the 3 rooms, we really were giving our heart and soul to it. And I'm absolutely amazed, as I think you all must be, about the extent of what we actually have going in this city. I think we suspected it, but it's only when we come together in a room like this that we really realize we are so special. So without going into too much detail, the takeouts for me were particularly around the positive vibe. Yes, we spoke about safety and security. Yes, we whinged about the things that really frustrated and irritated us. We've noted all of that. We agree with a lot, probably disagree with some, but we won't go into all of that detail now. What was great was the appeal to change our perspective of thinking, to change our way of looking at tourism, and instead of moaning and groaning, to say, what if? What could we do? Let's channel that energy into the positive things that can make a difference. Let's keep memories alive. Let's inspire each other. Let's look for change in the way tourism works. Let's transform the heritage sector. So it was incredibly positive conversations, underlined by the challenges that we feel, but that's how we set the scene. The one big takeout that made a lot of sense to me, and I hope for others too. But, we throw these words, legal words around of tangible heritage and intangible and this and that. I just love the simplification of that to that which you can touch and feel, and that which you can sing about, tell stories about, write poetry about, and just experience. So thank you for that, because that just simplifies this very complicated field, legal field that's out there in the two Heritage Acts that we know about, into something that makes a lot of sense. And in those touchable ones, yes, it is all the objects that we are familiar with, it is the building that we've spoken about a lot, and it is the environment which we haven't spoken enough of as per one of the groups. On just touching on the tourism, there were two things that stood out for me, and hopefully we're on the same page, and one, that tourism has changed. So let's stop reinventing the same old wheel about places and monuments, and let's find the experiences. The second one that I thought was very deep, that I wanted to also mention, was that we need to understand that tourism is about economic activity, and that we want to use heritage to capitalize on that potential, i.e. make money, have jobs, build the economy, but that there's another almost deeper part of it, that it is about developing individual identity, and we should not lose that part of things, that it is not only about the business side of things, but the individual identity and the important role of schools and education in that. We spoke a lot about challenges. We spoke about various aspects in heritage. We spoke of the importance of how the different heritages work together, old buildings, opportunities of telling a story. We heard that Luvuyo has done a bit of a summary from the different speakers that spoke about marine heritage in old buildings. We've spoken about bottle stores to tell the story as a storytelling hub. So this theme of that the old buildings and places need to tell the stories of what happened in that as well, or are already doing it. And from the urban design perspective, Dr. Rue was about the simple everyday and how that actually is heritage too. And how when for the planners and the urban designers out there, that actually when you're trying to reinvent a space, you need to be mindful of the activities that have been happening in that space for years and years. And don't try and clean up the mess. Well, that's what I took out of it. Don't try and clean up the mess and make it pristine magazine type stuff. That mess that we might see is actually years and years of tradition and of stories of selling food and making food and chaos in taxi ranks, and that in itself is a form of heritage. The other aspect that stood out from that was about developing new heritage, and maybe that is a theme that we can also talk about, because some of or particularly the one aspect of the food hawkers centres, it's actually a new form of getting together and developing a new tradition, actually has become something that has been recognized by UNESCO as a intangible heritage asset. And how much of that don't we have in the city? So I think those are the major ones. A long list of way forwards that have been suggested. And again, just to reinforce that the MBA won't be able to champion all that, but there's a very definite opportunity for a strong civil society voice being organized around a lot of these aspects. But what we believe that is within our mandate, in our mandate areas, which is the inner city of Gqeberha and of Kariga, there are some things which we can do, and that's what we'd like to give you as takeout from today. That first of all, we will collate all the information that we have received through the forms that you filled in. Thank you very much. Through the presentations that have been made, through the speakers, through the questions, through the answers. We will develop a database from the forms that you filled in about names and addresses, contact details, and sectors that you're involved in. I think there was a lot of opportunity for networking that hopefully will give you an opportunity to find the contact details for those. We also believe that one of the aspects that we will take on would be to pull together, I think I heard it particularly in Debbie's group, we will pull together a bit of a mini Indaba or a get-together with government departments, specifically our colleagues in the various directorates, to figure out how do we collectively respond to some of these issues. What can we do more of differently? How can we fast track? Because one of the big themes has hurry up. We talk, make it happen. So I think that we can see what roles and responsibilities we can share with our colleagues in the other directorates. What the MBDA is already starting to do, because the cleaning and the maintenance was a big issue, what we have already started to do in the last 100 days, thank you, CEO, is that we are pioneering a new approach to cleansing in the areas that we work, which is based in-house more than it is about external service providers, and that will look at cleaning, at maintenance, and at recycling, pioneered in those two areas. So that's something that we are undertaking. In fact, we're already in the process of setting it up. From the security aspect, we are going back to the drawing board. We have been for, again, a couple of 100 days. We are looking at different forms of collaboration around that. We have been talking about cameras, utilizing cameras in a different, more creative way, and we are looking at the opportunity of using EPWP ambassadors potentially as security ambassadors, but we're trying to pursue creative ways to bring more security in without the huge financial burden to all of us in terms of how to make that happen. So if we could share the load. These are some of the aspects that we are going to be considering. In terms of the bad buildings and the neglected buildings, we have already started conversations with other government entities, portside entities, other entities that possibly have buildings that are contributing to the decay and to the problems, to the security issues, and those conversations will continue, and we will find a way forward to try and deal with that. From a funding perspective, what we can't do is fund anybody's project. What we can do is to develop a link to potential funding sources. So a document or I'm not quite sure how we will present it. We'll leave that to our clever communicators, but that we would provide a link to existing funding sources that we would share with you, because that might be a starting point. I'm not sure that we all know where the funding is, and yet there is funding available out there. How do we go and find it? The last point then is also part of the purpose of today, is that currently our instrument to collaborate with all of you in the room is via an MOU, which has 3 members on it currently, and we are very keen to expand that. So should you be interested to becoming signatories to that MOU, please contact us. You have our details on the little insert that was part of your pack. We would like to see that MOU expanded to include all of you in the room that are wishing to find ways to collaborate on this very, very important aspect for our city. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dorel. There's a lot to go through. There's a lot of information that you've received today. There's a lot to work back. And we commit that we will report back to you in terms of all of those points that have been covered by Dorel. So in the spirit of partnership, the CEO just reminded me that this is not our event. The MBDA is the logistics partner and the coordinating partner, but we also have the Historical Society, we've got the Heritage Trust, we've got Discover NMB, so let's share the load. So in that respect, we're going to ask one of the partners, the project manager from Discover Mandela Bay, to close us off so we can then go and have some lunch. From me, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Yes, folks, I'm inspired. I really am excited about this. And in doing the thanks, as Ernie Heath said, and most of you have said, it's you that are really important. So if I can start with that, thank you to each and every one of you that have been here today for your passion, your inputs at the different groups, and the attention that you've given to the speakers. And I challenge you, Squishy challenges you, to stay involved now. Don't go, oh, it was a lekker day, and we'll wait for them to do something for us. Get to your organizations and get back in touch with what is being done today and make it count. If you are being held up by anyone, whoever it might be, with your ideas, let the guys at MBDA know and ourselves, and we'll advise, we'll give advice on how to break down those blockages. But allow us as the partners to create the ideal situation for you to prosper, both as businesses, as organizations, and as entrepreneurs. Can I get that commitment from you that you are with us and you will stay in touch enthusiastically and constructively? All good. Then the speakers and contributors today, thank you, folks. Thanks for, I know it takes a lot of time to put presentations together and talks, so thank you to each and every one of you, people who inputted from the floor as well. It's really appreciated. And then moving into MBDA, there have been a lot of people from MBDA that have inputted at various times into the process. You've seen a lot of them up here today, but we've been a difficult bunch. The group that got together, the smaller working group that got together. So I need to say thank you for your dedication, for your understanding of all of the dynamics, and then pulling this together, Yama. You were the project manager, and I admire you, and you have my thanks for this. So to you and the rest of the MBDA team, thanks, guys. We really appreciate it. And then finally, to the CEO, to Anele. I have been associated with Anele work-wise and also vision-wise at different times. And whatever is said about what's going on at the moment, this is a man that makes things happen. And we value you for that, Anele. It's not our role to get involved in politics, but it is our role to encourage you and tell you that we really appreciate. This was your vision. You instructed that the collaboration and the MOU came together, and I know you're really passionate about it. So once again, you have my thanks, everyone's thanks, and admiration for what you do for tourism and heritage. So thank you very much. So thank you, folks. That's it. There's lunch outside. And please, please collaborate, forward ideas, and let's make a difference. In 6 months' time, let's see this absolutely explode and turn tourism and heritage in Nelson Mandela Bay around. Thank you, guys.